All right, guys. Thank you for those who are hanging with us. It is awesome. I'm sure you got some nuggets from those people who had presented earlier. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to share some stuff with you because I found out that we need to have resources and information. Earlier this year, I did a challenge called Organizing Your Business Finances, and if let me see if I can get it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I thought I was sharing the. Okay, am I sharing? Is everyone? Just let me know if you're seeing my PowerPoint presentation, please. Let me move this. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So earlier this year, I talked about how important it is to organize your business finances. And the first thing that's very important to your business finance is to make sure you're protecting your business. What do I mean by that? Three things that you need to do to protect your business. Number one, you need to make sure that your business has the right business structure. The legal business structure of your business has to make sure that that structure is covering you, that in the event that something happened, your business is taken care of. They don't have to come for your house. They don't have to come for your children. You want to make sure that that your business. So that's very, very important. And there's three. I'm going to talk about the sole proprietor. Listen, if you are sole proprietor, you are taxed to the maximum, right? You also do not have any business protection. If something happened to your business, you are liable. And then we talk about LLC. Most people tend to form their business in an LLC, right? As an LLC, you are the owner. The owner is not personally liable, right? There's two type of LLC: the single member and the multi-member. Now, once you start hitting six figure, if you're an LLC, your profit is taxed at the personal on your 1040. So as an LLC, you want to make sure that if and when you hit six figure, you change your business status by one, you can either form an C Corp or make your business an S Corp. Because that way, and I'm going to tell you why it's important to do your business as an S Corp once you start hitting six figure. And the third is the S Corp, the C Corp and the S Corp. Your C Corp is taxed as its own entity. So it's treated as another person. And you want to make sure that you are getting the best tax benefit from your business tax structure. So that's number one. That's very important. Now, as once you hit over six figure, you can, and your business is taxed as a corporation, you pay yourself reasonable salary, you pay yourself, and your profit, if you make under a certain amount of profit, then you can withdraw that from your company without paying taxes. If you have to pay tax on that withdrawal, it's called distribution. On that distribution, it's at a 15% distribution. As an LLC, where you are taxed, where you're taxed as a self-employed, you are paying over 40% in taxes. You want to talk to your accountant. You also want to talk to your tax preparer. Your bookkeeper is going to make sure that your records are kept. Your tax accountant is going to make sure that they're going to make sure that you get all the right deduction. And your CPA, your accountant can either be both. Your accountant and tax accountant can be the both person. Some people don't do both. Okay, so that's it for making sure that your legal structure is in order. Let's talk about your bank account. One of the reasons why some people got denied for the PPP loan is that they did not have a bank account. Your business need a bank account. That bank account must be for your business only. You should not commingle your personal expenses and your business expenses. You need, I think Nikisha said 5, and I have 3. I do 4. You need 4 bank accounts. You need 1 for your operation. So all the things that you're paying out every day, you need a bank account for that. I'm going to give you the 3 that you need, and then the other 2, they're not mandatory, but I recommend these 3. You need 3 bank accounts when you start your business. 1 that you're going to pay, that's where you're going to pay everything out of. That's a checking account. I recommend you get a savings account where you're going to put up to 30% of your income. That is for, you can either use the savings account for large purchases. So you put the money, if you're saving towards something, specifically for your taxes. You want to have that account that you are not touching that money because it's for your taxes. All right. And the third account is that you need an account that is going to be saving. That is your savings account. We could go and say you also once you employ people, you want to have an account that's for your employee, your payroll. So those are probably 4, but I recommend at least having 3 accounts. Listen, people's deduction, well, your deduction will not be honored. They will refuse your deduction because you're co-mingling your business account. I know coming on later, we're going to have another tax expert that's going to come on, and she's going to talk about some of these things. But if you have a business account, don't use your business card to pay your personal expense. Do not use your business card to pay your personal expense. And one of the way that you can do this, and I recommend that you do this, take the money from your business account, put it in your personal account, use your personal card. And vice versa. If you need to take some money and put in your business, take the money from your personal account and put it in your business account. Do not use your personal card to buy business stuff, and do not use your business card. The IRS says if you're co-mingling, you're not serious about your business. Can you imagine you making 6 figures and you do not have a business bank account? I had one person who said to me, she was working with the Small Business Association during COVID, and she was amazed that people would come in and ask her, what is my business structure? People would come in and say, I don't have a business bank account. So in order for you to have a business bank account, your business need to be registered and active within your state. You need to have an EIN. And that's one of the first things that I tell people. If you're in business, everything that you do in business, people are going to ask you for your EIN number. If you do not have an EIN number, then you will have to provide your social security number. You don't want your social security number out there like that. We know all the things that happen in this kind of world. So you want to make sure that in order for you to get a bank account, so let's see if we can. I'm going to provide that information a little later, because we're going to come back again and talk just more about the bank account. Now, number 3 is that you are not tracking income and expenses. And if you're not tracking income and expenses, you're not reconciling your bank account. Let me tell you this. One of the things that I dread, and I absolutely dread it, when someone say to me that, and I ask them, Are you reconciling your bank account? And they say no. I absolutely and instantly get an headache. You have to reconcile your bank account. You don't, aside from some of the stuff that are automated, for some of the stuff that are done by computer, there's also human, and human make what? Errors. So you got to make sure that you're checking in on your bank account, see what you have. Now, one of the things that gives me the chills, it makes me upset, it gives me headache, it let me do all kind of stuff that I don't need to do, is when people write check and they don't have the money in their bank because, and I'm going to explain that because we all do it. At some point in time, you did it. You write a check and there was not enough money. But what I'm talking about is that you write a check, and when you write the check, you 2 weeks later, right? 2 weeks later, you go to your account and you see some money, and you know that you write a check. And what you do, you spend the money instead of waiting, leaving the money because you already write a check. Listen, once you give somebody a check, once you give your card number to pay a bill at a specific time, the money that's in your account is not yours as long as you write a check. It is not yours. It's just sitting there waiting for the person to come collect it. So you can't use it and then says, oh, I didn't know that I didn't have the money. Because you're not reconciling your bank account, you don't know what is in your account that's available for you to spend. Because not all the money that's in the bank in your account is available for you to spend. And also, so we talk about reconcile. You got to make sure you're reconciling your bank account. You got to make sure you're keeping up on your loan. You got to make sure that all your payments are going through, right? And I know that sometimes you mail a check to a company, and when you mail the check to the company, it says, oh, I mailed a check, and 2 months pass by, you didn't even pay attention to see that that check did not come in when you write it. But now 2 months later, the check hit your bank account and you're like, oh my God, they took the money out. I'm overdraft. If you were reconciling on a monthly basis, you would have known that that money was not taken out of your account yet, and you would not have used the money that time. So that makes a whole lot of sense. Okay, so I hope that does make it. Another thing is that when you're tracking income and expenses, you also know, right, what expenses are deductible, because not because you spend money on it means that it's deductible. I want you to pay attention to that. Not because you spend money on some expenses mean that it's deductible. So you want to make sure that you're tracking all those expenses. Make sure you know what's deductible and what's not deductible. One of the other big things when you don't track your income and expenses, that not everything that comes in your account is actual revenue. I want to use the word revenue. Not all the money that comes in your account is actual revenue. Some of that money that comes in your account might come from different places. So for those people who got the PPP loan, that's not income. That's not revenue. It's a loan. It's not revenue. And you should be tracking it as a loan, not as a revenue. If you're only using Excel spreadsheet, and I'm not meaning to step on toes and nobody that's using Excel spreadsheet, because I absolutely love Excel spreadsheet. There are times when I export my stuff out of QuickBooks and put it into an Excel spreadsheet. There are times when I download stuff from my bank account and put it in an Excel spreadsheet because I'm visual and I like to see certain things certain way. So I use my Excel. So I'm not knocking people who are using Excel. But if you got the PPP loan and let's say you're using QuickBooks, when that money came into your account, that is not categorized to income because it's not an income account. And you need to track, for those people who will be paying it back, needs to track when they pay it if that money is going down. Okay, so you have to be able to have a system. So if you're not using QuickBooks, if you're using QuickBooks and you're overwhelmed, you're using QuickBooks and you don't know if it's set up correctly, please make sure we need to talk. Okay, and number 4 is digitizing your financial record. I am actually in the process of making my office paperless. Now, I want to say this because I just found out that a lot of business owners will not call any name. I don't know if you're doing this. I don't think anybody in here is doing this. A lot of business owners do not download their bank statement. And if they're still getting a paper bank statement, they don't open it or they throw it out. If you're getting your paper bank statement and you do not want to go to digitize it, computerize it, to scan it, please make sure you're keeping at least 3 years worth of your bank statement. And when I say 3 years, we're in 2020. So you should have 2019, 2018, and 2017. And I know you might say, but that's not 4, we're in 4 years. No, the year that you're in does not count. So you count 3 years prior. So every business owner, even your personal, you need to have 3 years worth of bank statement. You need to have those records that in the event you're audited, you have those, you can provide that. 3 years. So if you are getting your statement online, your bank statement online, you need to be downloading these to either a flash drive, to either the cloud, or somewhere that you have these things available. Let me share a secret with you, because most people think that, oh, I'm going to get QuickBook, and QuickBook is going to connect to the bank, and when it connects to the bank, it's going to download my statement. I'm sure I see some of my people here who would attest to this. QuickBooks, the bank, some banks only allow you to download 12 months. Some only allow you to download 6 months. Some only allow you to download 18 months. If you're in business for a while, I've had people who come to me who need 2 years worth of bank statement. 2 years worth of bank statement. And they had to reach out to the bank to get copies of their bank statement. Might I share with you that bank statement, if it's over a certain period of time, they charge you for them. You got to pay for them to make copies, especially if they're in archive. Yes, you have to put it, especially, let me share this. And I know he's not going to hear, my husband is not going to hear this, so I could share his business. Listen, my husband needed bank statement. I think it was 2017. I think he needed 5 years worth of bank statement, 3 years worth of bank statement. It cost him over $100 to pay for these copies of these bank statements. Over $100 to pay for copies of the bank statement. So I hope we're taking notes. So if you have not been doing it, make sure that at least for the last 3 years, if you're in business for the last 3 years, even your personal bank statement, you have at least 3 years. So you should have 2007, 8, 19, 18, and 17. I got it right. Why am I confusing myself? Right? I don't know why they're want us to switch to paperless, but I want to go to paperless. So what I do, I download my bank statement. So even though I guess we just need to have copies of it. So that makes sense. And for me, I download anything that I get paperless. I start to, well, this year I'm kind of streamlining it because I have several emails. So what I'm doing, and this is something that you might want to consider doing, is set up an email that gets only like your bank statement, your any kind of receipt, anything that you get paperless, gets it, set it up so that you can get it to that email. And once a week, once a month, you can go in and just download it. Another thing is that, let me share something, is that your bank statement now comes into QuickBook. The feature just set up, I think, this year, where once your bank is reconciled, the bank will download your statement right into QuickBooks. Is that awesome or what? If somebody think that's awesome, give me a shout out. Let me know. Elaine, she likes to know that you're getting it. So having your records paperless, it might not be for everybody. Now I also want to let you know that there are certain documents that you must keep a physical copy. There are certain documents that you absolutely must keep a physical copy. Awesome. We have people in here that says they use the feature. That is awesome. There are some documents that you must keep a physical copy. I think back in 2018, I wrote an article about the different documents that you need to keep, how long you need to keep it, what documents you need to keep for a permanent, and what you keep temporary. And I'm going to look for the article in a minute, and I'll post the link inside of the chat so you all can go look at that article. That's on my blog, a blog post I did. That is, it gives you an idea of the documents that you need to keep permanently, and you need to have the physical copy, and documents that you can shred after a certain year. So I tell you, I'm actually making my office and my husband's office paperless. So what we're in the process of doing is that we're scanning stuff into the computer, and on top of it, we're labeling stuff that the year that we're going to shred, because you want to shred your document. So digitizing your financial document is awesome. It's making sure that you have it. We know I'm a paper person and I like to keep a lot of paper, but I'm at the point where I have so much paper that it's getting to me. With managing my personal paper and my business paper, it's a lot. So I want to go paperless. So that's something that you want to think about for your business. And we're getting so much stuff. We're getting a lot of stuff. Most people are going paperless. You can absolutely digitize your financial document. And last but not least, I want to also encourage us. There are weekly process in your finances. There is stuff that you need to do weekly. There's stuff that you need to do monthly. There's stuff that you need to do quarterly. For some people, depending on the amount of transaction, you might get away with doing stuff monthly. But set up a system in place that you can use to make sure that you are keeping up on top of your financial records, because it is important. And I have some other notes. We talk about the bank reconciliation. We talk about commingling your bank account. We talk about paying yourself. Very important to pay yourself. So if you own QuickBooks, if you don't have QuickBooks, if you own it, you haven't opened it, you're frustrated with it, you're overwhelmed. If you don't have QuickBooks, you have a business, you're still keeping your records on Excel, we need to talk. And I'm going to put in a minute the link that you can go and set up a time that we can talk. because you're attending the summit, you get a free 30-minute session with me, and we'll have that link available. And let's stop sharing and let us be awesome and make sure that we grow our business. So thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure. And we are going to go to our next speaker. Let's see. Okay, let me check. Okay, so I actually have a special guest, and I'm going to bring her in, but just give me a moment. She was just, let's see where she's at. Give me 1 minute, please. One moment, please. Okay, so I'm just sending a link because I send it to everybody, but for some reason, somebody didn't get it.
You have to come here to do that.
All right, so guys, the first question, Roseanne, is were you prepared for the financial shift that happened when you hit 6 figures?
Yes, I was.
Oh my goodness, you're the first one, the only one. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, there's always one.
What?
So
and I'll tell you, I don't know if you want me to expound.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll tell you why. I have been in, so persons are saying, I'm trying to turn my green screen off because persons are saying it's kind of blocking my face. So I'm trying to fix that while I speak, but just bear with me, guys, while you listen to me, okay? So I have been in business. I started my first business at 16 years old, okay? So that means I've been around business for quite a while. My dad was a businessman. I grew up in basically on his office floor. And as I said, I started my first business at 16. So I had pretty big goals from when I was a teenager, just because we were a family that was middle class. We struggled a lot. We didn't have food. You know, there was a lot of abuse. And I wanted to basically transform my life so that I could change the life of my family. So by the time I had started working, and actually when I started this business, I'd already gone through 14 years of experience working in corporate Jamaica and international business management, and also running my businesses alongside that as side hustle, doing network marketing and traditional business alongside working in corporate. And so basically when I started my business not aiming to hit 6 figures. But then when I realized that I need to come out of the rat race, stop charging $100 an hour for coaching and consulting, and start focusing on higher end clients, I basically had my vision in place for that. So one of the things I tell my clients who want to move to 6 figures is that you have to have a vision that can fit your money, because otherwise when the money comes in, you are going to basically just lose it all. Okay? So I don't know if that answers or expounds on the question. And also, you have to have support systems in place. One of the biggest issues that a lot of people have is that they hit 6 figures and then they find, oh, I have this influx of money and influx of, high-end clients. But then, because with high-end clients and high-paying clients comes more work, more detail, more responsibility. But it also means that you are going to need more support as an entrepreneur. So you better make sure that your home game is sorted out. If you're, a family person, a mother, and whatever, if you need support, you have to make sure your support systems are in place. So I knew before I moved into that role that I needed to be able to have those support systems in place, and I made sure to do that. So, yep.
Okay, guys. So I'm gonna tell you something. It's not 6 figure for For Roseanne, it's more like 7-figure.
Don't
Now,
tell my business.
now, now you also have to understand that she's talking about Jamaica and all of that, So it's more like 7-figure. Okay, so that was number one. Rosa, that's awesome because everybody before you that we asked this question, most of us are not prepared, but it's good to hear. So if you're not yet hitting 6-figure, you see that you can still be prepared and hit 6-figure. So it's not all doom and gloom when you hear people says, I hit it and I was not prepared for it. I was not prepared for certain things. This is the reason why we're bringing this kind of information to you so that you can be prepared. You can make sure that you have stuff in place. We have had Nikisha who said that she wasn't prepared, she wasn't ready to pay tax. We had I think it's Specity who said that, I think, is it Specity who said that she didn't even know that she hit 6-figure until she started tracking. You don't have to be in that position because you can get a system in place that will track all your income and expense. We will know when you hit 6-figure. We'll know when you're about to hit 6-figure. You're going to sit on a hot stone saying, oh my God, I'm hitting. Because we'll be using, if you're not using QuickBooks, if you start using it, you will have a professional, somebody who is going to show you how to make sure that you know that you're hitting 6-figure. Make sure we talk. All right. So next question. Are you involved in tracking your finance in your company?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So, as a business consultant and also as an entrepreneur, one of the things that I focus on a lot is actually money management because lots of persons come into business and they don't have a budget. So for me, I have a budget and I have a goal before I start a business initiative or maybe before I launch a new product or a new plan. So for example, I'm launching a new product now, the Global Monetizer Wealth Intensive, and I have a goal for what income I want that to bring in. So for every individual, we need to have personal budgets, business budgets, and dream budgets, and coincide them into one to make our sales target. And so for me, I've always had that because one of the areas that I specialized in when I was in international business management was actually accounting. And I've always been somebody who's very astute on money management. So even when I just started working, I've always had my budget, my financial plan, how much I'm going to save, what my operational expenses are. And so I carried that same principle over into my business. So, for example, I already have an online business system. I don't use QuickBooks simply because I do international business management and I had found another platform that worked. Before I met you guys and you were showing me all about QuickBooks, Elaine. And so, but I had a system all along. I've always had a system where all of our invoicing, our expenses, our budgets, I'm always tracking. And I always keep track because I want to make sure that I'm where I'm supposed to be. For example, if I have to pay team members, have to pay myself, you always want to make sure that you're making expenses. Because one of the mistakes a lot of business owners make is that they have cash flow, but they don't have profits.
Ooh, ooh. They have cash
Okay?
flow, but they don't have profit.
They don't have profits. And this is one of the biggest problems with a lot of businesses why they will fold. Because cash is flowing through, they think, okay, I'm doing good business. But when you actually sit down and look at it, like I've sat down and looked at a lot of clients who I work do business mentorship and consulting with, and they think they're making good money and their business is going well. And when I say, okay, what's the cost to make your product? What's the cost to deliver your product? Even if you're doing a service that's virtual or consulting or coaching or something, what's the cost to deliver the product or service that you're delivering? And they're like, I don't know. I pay internet, I pay this, I pay that, I pay whatever. I'm like, no, we need to know all the costs, including if you're gonna need gas to travel to the client, whatever it is, marketing, everything. You need to figure out what is the cost for your product or your service. Then when you figure your cost, then you know how much your sales is. Then you look at your expenses and you say, okay, am I making a profit or not? And more often than not, for the cases of entrepreneurs, and some of them are established entrepreneurs, but when we actually look at the figures, what you see is that they are either making a loss or they're barely breaking even, you know, which means that something has to change. So my focus is really to, as I do global businesses, to help clients to focus on how they can create systems and strategies which will allow them to profit, not just have cash flow.
Ooh, I love that. I absolutely love that. And one of the things that in my early years of being online, I did this class called Price for Profit, and I also do cash flow and grow. But you also know the number one reason, I don't know for Jamaica, but for here, the number two reason why most business fail is because they run out of cash. And the reason why they run out of cash is
Yep.
because they're not tracking their income and expenses. So Roseanne, I'm going to come back to you in a couple if you stay with us, but I want to get to our next speaker. But tell the people how they can reach you, how they can touch base with you, and
Reach me.
go ahead.
Is that for me? Are you referring
Yes,
to me? Okay.
you tell them
Okay,
how.
so
Hold on, let me tell you what you got to tell the people. You got to tell the people how they can find you, where they can find you, how they can work with you, and that's it. And you
so
can
where they
put.
can find me and how they can work with me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where you can find me, I am on most social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. I am going to put a link in the chat that everybody can get, which is my scheduling link where you can book a call with me. Um, so if you want to go on Instagram, if you're on Instagram, you can find me at the Dream Monetizer. All right. You can also just Google Roseanne Reed and it will pop up my websites and stuff like that. And I'm also on Facebook at Be Free Co. And also the Global Monetizer. So just look for Roseanne Reed. I'll type it in. I probably just put the links in the chat so it makes it easier for everybody.
Yes.
Will that work? Just send the links to
Yes.
everybody in the chat.
Yes. Just put the
You can
links in the
use those
chat.
and
All right, Roseanne. Thank you so much.
all
And
right, so I'll turn off my camera. You want
yes,
me to hang
please.
on? Do I need to hang on or?
No, you can turn off your camera. Just turn your camera off.
Okay, are you gonna need me to come back on?
I'll send you a message in a minute.
Okay, all right.
Because okay. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, so I just need to ask this. Do you wanna? Let me just give me a minute. I have to be dealing with. Let me find. I know the next person that needs to come on is here. Give me 1 minute. Let me deal with this. Oh my goodness. It's not like we're not going to have okay, so we're going to put Miss Tina let's mute teacher. Hello. And okay, guys, before I introduce Miss Tina, here is what it is. Sometime in the middle of what you're doing, stuff happen. It is we cannot avoid stuff from happening. We can't stop things from happening. As a matter of fact, we don't know what's going to happen next, right? And I have the camera on. Miss Deidre also come on camera. So Miss Deidre is supposed to go after Miss Tina. And what happened is that Miss Deidre is our next tax person, but she's dealing with some, can I say it, Miss Deidre? Some tax fraud. So Miss Tina, can we have her go first? Because she has to. Oh no, she's good. She's good. She's good. She got it covered. So we're gonna take Miss Tina. So Miss Deidre, you can put your camera back off, and we're gonna deal with Miss Tina. I like to be, listen, for one of the things that I like to be transparent. I like to be able to be flexible when I can. And listen, if I don't ask, the answer can always be no. No is just a good answer as yes. All right. So, okay. So let me go ahead and introduce Miss Tina. You know, I've seen Miss Tina around. Okay. I've seen Miss Tina around, and I've always watched her. But when I reached out to her, I was so gracious that she accepted to come up on here and talk with the people about what she does. So Miss Tina is a business growth strategist and a best-selling author. She's a CEO of Greer, I hope I'm saying it right, Business Solution LLC. She has over 20 years experience in business management, finance, and business development. Awesome, awesome, awesome. She helps her client with problem solving, goal setting, and help them to achieve with achievement, increase self-esteem and confidence. And she is, oh Jesus, she says she's also seasoned pricing expert working with service contract of medium to large range proposal value from $30 million. Oh Lord Jesus, Miss Tina, you have a book. You have a book, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. How you doing, everyone?
And what's your book? Because I'm not. Did I miss the book?
Government contracts. Well, I have several here. You can see my banner in the back.
Yeah. Okay. I know where I met her. I know where I met Miss Tina.
Okay.
Because you talk about government contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in CAT, the Course Builder group, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now I know who I'm talking to. I almost messed it up. So guys, yes. What I got attracted to Miss Tina is that like LaShonda came early and she's also into government contract. That's when I first met you in CAT's group when you talk about government contracting, because I was also talking about minority certification, and she says she has, hold on, she holds a degree, Masters of Public Administration, and a professional certificate, including WOSB. We had earlier Moya, who has WOMB, and you're DBE certified.
Yes.
She's MBE certified, EDWOSB certified. Girl, I'm not gonna call it anymore. She has a whole bunch of certification behind her name. Those are also stuff that she used. So she's gonna talk to us a little bit about government contracting. She's gonna talk about this kind of stuff. So Miss Tina, we have 6 questions. We cut you off at 3 if you answer the first 3 right. Okay?
Okay.
So let me take these questions. I know that I'm losing. Okay. All right. How is everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing all right. I have my water. I hope you all have your water, my paper and pen. And if before we ask Miss Tina the question, if you hear something that you want to, write it down. Also, make sure you're in Create Financial Solutions. So go to the solution, find the person that dropped a nugget, and tell us what it is. All right. So let's see. The first question is, were you or were you prepared for the financial shift that happened when you hit six figure?
I'm going to say honestly, no, I was not. And coming from corporate America, throughout my years of experience in government contracts, working on multi-million dollar projects, yes, six figures came to me easily. But then transitioning full-time entrepreneurship, and then there was a different shift. So being in corporate W-2, things were taken care of. But as an entrepreneur, you have to really think about that as the money comes in to put stuff aside. So it again was an awakening to make sure that was occurring.
Okay, are you currently involved in tracking your your
Yes.
company's financial?
Yes, and one of the things with QuickBooks, I know a lot of people use QuickBooks here, but one of the things I wanted to stress that when you are getting your certification, especially with GMSDC certification as an MBE, they want to look at your financials. So you have to present that when you're applying for certain, and that's a corporate certification. When you're applying for certain certifications, you may be asked to do that. So you should have them readily available.
And what software are you using?
QuickBooks.
Okay, so you're also QuickBooks. Are you online or desktop?
Online.
Cool. All right, guys. We getting all the good questions. Do you know? Okay, hold on. I missed the question. Do you know which expenses are deductible and which are not deductible?
Yes, in a sense, because also I have an accountant that helps
Okay.
with that as well, to make sure, in regards to when it's time to file taxes and so forth, making sure that those are allocated properly, especially within the chart of accounts. So.
Cool. And she just said something that I want to make sure that we are paying attention. The chart of accounts.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about that. All right. So, do you think that just tracking business expenses is enough for a six-figure business?
No, it's not, because you want to also, if you're in sales, the amount of sales, your revenue, your profit levels, you need to look at that as well. You look at your overall income statement. So you shouldn't just look at your expenses, but you also want to look at other dynamics of your business in addition to your cash flow.
Okay. All right. So we pretty much got most of the questions. Oh, are you paying yourself?
Honestly, I think I don't pay myself enough, really, because as a growing organization, sometimes, I reinvest in my business. I think a lot of business owners tend to do that, reinvest through training and development, budget or market and so forth. But I think that I personally need to pay myself more.
Okay. The next question is, what is one of the things that you were either surprised, one of the lessons that you learned once you hit six figure? What is that you can share with people that says, listen, I did this, it wasn't what I should have done? What is that one thing that you can share with people?
I think that, just overall, without giving too much personal information, I think that as your money increases, your expenses increases as well. So even though you may hit six figures, doesn't mean that, everything is just, you have like extra money and so forth. You have certain things that you've allocated towards the growth of your business. So I think that has been one of the things that, even though you may say I hit six figures, doesn't mean that you're bringing home all of that money. So it's been an awakening for me.
That is awesome. So what you're going to do now is you're going to tell the people what you do, how you do what you do, how they can work with you, and how they can reach you. So you have 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, so basically, I wanted to share everybody again, Tina Greer of Greer Business Solutions, where we provide coaching and consulting services, and we really specifically work with, I guess most of the clients I work with are those that are new to government contracts, but also those individuals that on the consulting side of the house, those are who are established, they are winning government contracts, but they need to tweak some things or decrease their money leaks as it regards to strategy. I really focus in on strategy and infrastructure. So for those individuals who don't know how to price their bids or don't have a automated price model to where they can work on multiple projects at any time, I help them develop that because that's very important because in that realm, we actually identify their cost structure. What are their costs? So this goes hand in hand with understanding your expenses or your output in regards to your business because you want to make sure when you are bidding on government contracts that you are including your operations cost along with profit in order to make money when you are bidding on these contracts. So that is very important. And I do that in a variety of different ways. I actually have an online academy. I am a virtual coach, so I can work with my clients nationwide, as well as I do workshops. And from time to time, before COVID-19, live workshops. So I do virtual workshops and live workshops. So I think that is very important to be educated on the process, but then understand once you're educated on the basics, understand the strategy. So even though my experience of 20 plus years working for large, medium to large size corporations, bidding on multi-million dollar projects, I think that it's important to take that information and share it with those who don't have access to that type of information. So I specifically work with the small business owners. So I think, again, I'm a speaker, I'm a best-selling author. You guys can see some of my books on the background. These are trainings, quick and dirty trainings where you can purchase, as well as my book, Government Contract, The Secrets to Winning Government Contracts. So I do that, a lot of different ways that I teach and work with my clients along with my academy. I do have a virtual GDS Academy where I have more advanced courses for those individuals that are ready, more immediate and advanced level that it can actually train. I can train with me through my online academy.
Did you tell the people how to get you?
Well, if anyone wants and want to discuss with me or have a quick chat about how I can assist them in learning the process or even taking their business to the next level, definitely feel free to set up a clarity call. I will put the link in the chat, and I definitely would love an opportunity to speak with you guys. I also do challenges from time to time in regards to understanding the process of how to bid on government contracts. So again, I'm going to put this link down here below. Feel free to set up a complimentary call, and I can answer any questions that you may have. Chat now with Tina. It's a bit.ly link. Chat now with Tina. Can definitely have that conversation with you guys. Also, one of the services that I offer now because of the pivot and everything that we're going through with the pandemic is I also am a consulting side of the house. I work with my clients and help them actually bid on government contracts. So if that's something that you're interested in, we can have that type of conversation as well.
That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so I am waiting for Miss. Is Miss Deidre back? Okay. All right. If you have question for Tina, it's awesome always. Let me tell you, I got into the government contracting space. Like I said, my failed business. That's it. That's my drapery. When I first learned about government contracts, I was told that my government don't buy from my business. And as you heard before with Lashonda, she said government buy everything. As long as you is legal and ethical, you can get it. So it is always awesome to get the information and to also see, because I remember when the first time when I tried, it wasn't a person, it wasn't a black person that I went to, and there was not a lot of black people sharing information about government contract, and that kind of, to see. I start talking about this in 2016 online, and then all of a sudden I look around and I see so much people. I'm like, oh my goodness, there are
Mm-hmm.
people out there who has the information, who knows the information, and it's just amazing. I'm not sure if you were here when Lashonda was talking, and it's a passion of mine, because I find that we don't get the information that we need so that we can progress or even build wealth or even be able to do some of the things that we would love to do as business owners,
And,
and hence
mm-hmm.
our business fail. you know we don't
Right.
take the opportunity to make sure that we get some of the resources.
Right.
That's just one of the things. And like I said, most of us that goes in business now, we want to help the people who help women, help black people to progress.
And I
And
just want to say also in regards, you're absolutely right. I'm very passionate about what I do. And I really want people to understand and get the information. So just to let you know, in regards to not seeing a lot of individuals that look like myself, for one company, my last company, I worked for 12 and a half years, over 10,000 employees, but I was the first African American in that department pricing those bids. So I didn't see a lot of myself, in corporate in this position. So I think it's very important once I know this information to share with those who don't have access to it. I think that's the really major nugget is having access, and then also having someone that wants to share and uplift others, and don't feel intimidated by sharing that knowledge, because I believe that we all can win and we all have something to bring to the table.
that is awesome. That is awesome. So every chance I get to hang out with awesome ladies like you all, I take it. I do take it. So I was looking for, let's is key. Yeah, and LaShonda said giving access is key. That is so true. That is so true. So thank you so much, Tina. And you all have her
Thank you.
contact information. You can reach out. Yes.
Put my LinkedIn in there as well.
Right. That's awesome. That's awesome. And LaShonda said, she said we have a lot of the same background. That's crazy. And I know, like, for someone who migrated here, what I find, like, a lot of people that migrate to the US, especially from Jamaica, um, they tend to defer into the medical field, you know. And I remember, so I know you're hearing a lot about my migration today, but that's my journey. But I remember before I migrated here, one of the things that I always said is that I'm an auditor. I was an auditor in Jamaica, and I'm like, I'm not going to just settle for anything. I'm not just going to settle. And sometimes as women, we settle for some things. We don't go the extra mile to find the information. We don't go. And then I think it was, I'm just trying to remember who it was that said, I think it's Specity, says in her industry, when you ask people questions, they don't. They don't tell you stuff because they feel you're being nosy in their business. The myth is that women don't get along together, or we think that people are being nosy. But if you, and I know I hear it in almost everybody that's on the internet, they always say, closed mouth don't get fed. If you keep your mouth closed, and it wasn't until, like I said, I did drapery. So one time when I went to a drapery conference, this is a powerful lesson that I learned, right? That people don't say no. People don't always say no. Very, very few people will say no to you when you ask a question. So if you don't ask, you will never get that no. So the class that we were in, they sent us outside to try and get somebody to say no. I came back with $10 from a complete stranger. A complete stranger. I was like, yes, yes. I came back with $10. I went outside. I saw, we were in a hotel. I saw this man. I said, hey, can I have $5? He said, oh, I don't have $5. He did not say no. He said he didn't have $5. I saw another man. I said to him, can I have $5? He said, I don't have $5, but I give you 10. Right? He could have simply said no. He don't know me. I'm a stranger. Right? But people tend, those are some powerful lessons. Another thing that we tend to do, and then I thought Miss Deidre would have come back, but let's see who is next. And then we're going to chit chat a little, because guess what? Miss Lexi, are you ready? If you're ready, we'll take you. But here's something that I say to people, and LaShonda just said it, and I want to make sure that we understand it. She says there is enough for all of us to eat. There is no competition. Just come. You're gonna have to come off camera and call that word for me, LaShonda, because you know your girl go mess it up. But here's what I'm saying. When I talk to people that want to go in business, and I talk to people, they say, oh, but so much people are doing it. Let me ask you a question. How much different kind of bread do you see on the shelf when you go to the store? I want you to think about it. Next time you go to the store, just stand up in the bread aisle and count how much different types of bread that's sitting up in that bread aisle. And guess what? They don't put their bread in a different place. They put all of them beside each other. Right? They put all the breads beside each other. They don't put bread in different aisle. All of them are in the same place. Sometimes we are afraid. We are afraid to have people who do the same thing as us. Right? I know it was somebody earlier that said they help people with confidence. And that's sometimes because of our lack of confidence. It's because we are unsure of ourselves. I don't even know why I'm preaching. Why am I doing that? Anyway, anyway, let's get to our next speaker. And guys, remember, if you don't have QuickBooks, if you have QuickBooks, you have not opened it, you are intimidated by it, you're overwhelmed when you see it, you don't understand how to put your chart of accounts together, you don't know how to categorize your expense, we need to talk, okay? And I'm definitely going to get that link in a minute, but I want to introduce to you, I think I have the wrong person up. Oh, Lord. What did I do with it? We have Miss Lexi Johnson. And Miss Johnson, I don't know what I did with I want to tell the people about you. Okay, I found it. All right, so Miss Lexi Johnson is an international speaker, podcast host and a licensed financial coach. She delivers mind-shifting keynotes that disrupt the status quo. Ooh, Jesus. She gonna tell us some stuff that's gonna disrupt us. Ooh, Lord. She's on a mission to help women, I guess, I don't know, she has a number there, women entrepreneurs create wealth for the purpose of advancing the kingdom with outlets in 8 states. So she is able to help people in 8 states, and her vision is to influence worldwide. So she will tell you about some of that. She makes it plain that she is a child of God. Yep, she puts it in there. I'm like, who writes that? But she does. So it means a lot to her. So she is a God-fearing person. And like I says, I'm a God-fearing person. And if you're here, you know that it is very, very important to be to us. If you're not, I have nothing against people for what they believe in, but that's what I believe in, and I share that with you. So coming to us now is Miss Lexi Johnson. So Miss Johnson, we're going to ask you, I'm sure, I think I see you here for a while, so you've heard these questions over and over, so you practice the answers, right?
I haven't practiced. I've been listening to everybody's answers and so engaged in their answers. So I haven't practiced.
All right, so we're going to ask you the number one question, because we're going to ask everybody that one is, are you prepared for the financial shift that happens when you hit 6 figure?
No. I was not prepared. And one of the things that I learned because I wasn't prepared was the fact that if you're not prepared, if you're not doing right in your personal finances, you're not going to be doing right in your business finances. Just because you put on the title entrepreneur or business owner doesn't now mean that you understand how money works. So no, I was not prepared. I had to get my stuff together.
That's something that I always say. Just because you have a business don't mean you can manage your finance. And if you're not managing your personal finance, you're not going to manage your business. And the same way you manage your personal finance, that's how you're going to manage your business finance. Girl, we got you. We got that one. So I hope you all are writing down. And remember to go to the group Create Financial Solution and make sure that you tell us the takeaway from you that you get from each speaker. It's always awesome. So before I ask Ms. Lexi a question, I'm going to say this because I want people to understand this. Before I start doing business, I was one of those persons who would not answer a survey. I would not answer a survey. But once I got the understanding of it, you can send me survey till Jesus come. I will answer it. Because even if I don't like it, I'm gonna tell you that I don't like it because it's important. So I say that to say, make sure you go over to Create Financial Solution and comment on these speakers and tell us what you learn from them and what you don't learn and what you wish you would learn. Okay? I don't know why my mom is calling me now, but I got to find somebody to talk to her. All right. So our next question is going to be, are you involved with tracking your finance in your company?
Yes, I am absolutely involved and involved in every aspect of it because I choose to be. But for those of you who own businesses, and I always tell people you don't necessarily have to be involved in every aspect, but you should definitely have a level of understanding and be involved in kind of the major, the way your finances are set up, the major how they're going to operate, things of that nature. You definitely want to have a general knowledge, at least, if you're going to be hiring someone else to really manage your finances for you. But for me, I'm involved in all of it because I am licensed in the financial services industry.
What system are you using to track your income and expenses?
Oh, so I use mainly QuickBooks is what I use to track my income expenses, to invoice a lot. In almost anything that I'm doing financially is done through QuickBooks.
Is that QuickBook Online or desktop?
It is QuickBooks Online.
Are you doing it or you have
I'm
somebody?
doing it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How did you
Yeah, for the
learn
most
it?
part.
How did you learn it?
How did I learn QuickBooks? So I, I got on there initially, kind of played around with it, but then QuickBooks, they offer their tutorials and courses and classes and things of that nature. So that's what I did. Um, uh, I did a lot of that. And we also had people that that taught it. Like, you can find people who will, who teach QuickBooks and things of that nature. So I took advantage of those opportunities.
Okay, so guys, did you hear that? We had Maya earlier this morning, who tells us that it took her 3 days to find a professional to teach her QuickBooks Online. Because if you I say something, QuickBooks is not always quick. QuickBook is not always quick. So if you haven't opened it, if you open it and play around with it and you still need help, we got to talk. After 23 years of using QuickBooks, I know that it's not quick. It is simple if you know what you're doing. Correct. It is quick if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it's not quick. All right. And so we got that. What shift could you make that would bring more ease to your business in relation to your finances?
What shift could I make? I don't think, because there have been so many shifts that I've made over the years in terms of making things easier with my finances. I think probably, as I continue to grow, I'm definitely going to, have to hire people to manage that part of it. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm ready for that. All of the policy and procedures and all that stuff is already written and ready for people to come on in. But that is probably the next major shift, is bringing other people.
Okay, so this question I'm going to ask, because you said you're at that point. So he says, oh gosh, do you want to, okay. This is a two-part question, I think. He said, do you want to know all the details of the finance related to your company, or are you good with handing over to a professional? So the question is basically, would you be able to hand over your bookkeeping, your accounting to a professional? Is that something that you would be able to do, or you are like, earlier we heard Keisha says, I'm controlling, I want to see everything, I want to know everything. Would you be able to do something like that?
I can definitely hand over. I think it's a mixture, right? Because I can hand over for them to do the day-to-day work, but I know that on some regularity, and it doesn't have to be daily, maybe weekly to start, and then monthly, I do want to know, what are my numbers? I am a numbers person, so I'm going to want to know what my numbers are, what the trends are, all of that.
And that is awesome. And okay, and I know the feeling. I know the feeling. So that is awesome. Do you track charitable donation?
Charitable donations? Oh, absolutely. I track them. Absolutely.
And do you know which kind of expenses can be deducted and which cannot be deducted? Do you have an idea? Do you do that?
Yeah, so I have an idea, and that aspect of the finances, taxes, and all of that, that's definitely a piece I hand over. I have someone for that. I don't do my own taxes. don't want to do my own taxes, have no interest in doing my own taxes. And so that part of it, yes, I hand over, and, you know, have someone that I trust and has been with me for a while. They understand, you know, my vision. They understand, you know, they understand me. So they are in total control of that, and they understand what deductions and things I need to be taking. I have a general idea, but they know the ins and outs.
Okay. All right, that sounds awesome. So let's me so you did good with your questions. So what I'm going to do now is that you're going to tell the people what you do. You have at least 10 minutes to tell the people exactly what you do, how they can work with you, and your contact information. So take it away.
All right, thank you. So before I get into exactly what I do, first of all, I just want to thank you, Elaine, and your team. Thank you for allowing me to speak on your platform with all of these amazing ladies and your attendees here. So thank you so much. And there's just a couple of things that I want to share with you all. And one, understand that whether this is in your personal business or in your financial business, one, it's not about how much money you make, right? It's about what you do with the money that you keep and grow. And sometimes some people stop at what you keep, but I keep going, what you keep and grow. Because as a business owner, if you got into the business for one of the reasons that I did, which was to be able to create wealth, right, and leave a legacy for my family and for those that God has ordained to be impacted by what I do. If you got into business to do that, then you know you're not just in business just to make, you know, a few little ends here and there. You want to be able to grow that money. You want to be able to create wealth that you can pass along. And so, you know, I often share that entrepreneurs that you see who are really successful in terms of money, because there's success that can be made a lot of ways, but in terms of money specifically, you see them 6 figures, 7 figures, you know, millionaires, billionaires. They're not successful with the money just because they had income coming in from the business, right? It's what they did with that income. They did various things with that income to, you know, to allow that money to grow and work for them. So whether they invested in paper assets or whether they invested in real estate or invested in other businesses, they are doing things to allow that money to grow. So you definitely want to make sure that you're doing that. And one of the ways that I make sure that I'm doing that is through allocating, because again, whether in personal finances or in business finances, this is something that we don't typically do. We, as the money comes in, we're just like, oh, I need to get this, I need to get that. Again, whether it's personal business finances, I need to get this piece of equipment, I need to get that. And so we don't really have a plan for the money. And, you know, God created us to have dominion, and we are, you know, to have dominion even over money, because money is just a tool, right? And so allocating allows you to be the master of your money, right? And so I have a system whereby yeah, no matter what I make, right, I have percentages set up for things to go certain places, right? So I have for charity, right, and giving, I have a percentage that goes there. For profit, I have a percentage that goes there. For taxes, a percentage that goes there. Payroll, a percentage there. And then operating expenses, a percentage that goes there. When you outline that from the beginning, it really helps you to have a good grasp on where you are financially in your business. If you know all the details or somebody else is handling your business or not, you have a good grasp. If somebody were to come up to you and say, hey, you know, what percentage of your business, you know, do you spend on payroll? Well, you can, you know, say, oh, you know, 50% or whatever goes towards payroll, because you have already allocated that. You know that off the top. What percentage of your business goes towards charity? 10% goes towards charity, because you have already allocated that. One book that I want to share with you guys that would be good, that helps to explain this, is a book that's called Profit First, written by Mike Michalowicz. And his philosophy of accounting is what I ascribe to. I'm going to tell you, it is not the typical accounting, because typical accounting says, you know, your income minus expenses equals profit. And in Profit First, it's exactly what it says. You pay yourself first, okay? But what that does is it ensures that you always have a profit, but it also helps you to keep control of your other expenses in those other areas that I mentioned. So these are some of the things which you just heard me talk about, you know, allocating, helping people to eliminate debt, helping people to invest, and to prepare, whether it's for retirement, whether it's for short-term investing and saving, whether it's emergency, even investing, where to invest your emergency savings. You know, all of those things are part of your profit account, whether that's in your personal business or your financial business, right? So my role is to educate people about these things, educate people about the very simple financial concepts that are there to help you to become financially free. Allow you to know that whether in your personal business or your financial business, there are three things that you need foundationally. That's your income protection, your emergency savings, short-term savings, and then your long-term, you know. And so the thing above all then really is to have an overall goal financially. What are you trying to accomplish financially on this earth, right? What legacy are you trying to leave? And what is the number? What is the dollar amount that is attached to that? Because that allows you to really look at everything from how your finances are set up, everything that you're offering product service wise, how you should price it. Once you know that overall what you're trying to do, you're very clear about that, it sets up everything else, right? It sets up everything else. So that's what I do, is to help people set that overall, put that that plan, that overall plan together that has, you know, step by step what you need to do in order to create wealth. And I I again help people do that in personal or business finances. And if you are, you know, interested in that, want to know what it all entails, I'm on all social media at Purposeful Lexi. I can also drop my Calendly link in there, and you can just, you know, schedule yourself in for, you know, a coffee chat with me, and we can just kind of talk about, you know, what are some of your financial goals, what do you want to do, what kind of legacy you want to leave, you know, where are you now, and if, you know, if I'm able to help, I definitely want to do that. You know, this is what I do all day, every day. Even offering people opportunities for uh, independent contracting, um, you know, because that's what I'm about, helping people to, you know, to create that wealth, right? So I'm going to put that in the chat, my here, and
All
there we
right,
go.
well, she does that. So, Miss Lexi, quick question. Um, do you also help people with retirement planning?
Absolutely,
Can you
absolutely,
can you tell us
yes.
how retirement planning will help business owners?
Yes. So listen, I don't know about you all, but you know, I don't plan to grind it out my whole entire life, right? I don't even plan to grind when I'm 60. Like I plan to be done by 55 tops, right? And so there is planning that comes along with that, right? You have to understand, okay, how much, again, I help people find out what is their financial independence number, right? That means what is the dollar amount that I need if I want to retire at 55 and I want to, you know, and I plan on living a lot longer beyond that, right? How much money am I going to need between age 55? You know, average lifespan for a woman is about 86, 87 years old. How much am I going to need for that time period? And what do I need to be doing right now in terms of investments to ensure that I get there, right? If it's paper assets, what, you know, types of investments, what mutual funds, whatever is going to get me there. And so I help people. We start again with that number, and then we back into it with a step-by-step plan. And I am investment licensed as well. So yes, I do directly help people invest.
That is awesome. It's awesome, 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 awesome. So, guys, let me see in the chat how you're enjoying this. Let me know if this is something, some of this information that you're getting, if it's relevant to you, if it's not relevant to you, if you think we need more of this. Thank you, Lexi, for all of that. And you can put your questions. I'm not sure. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm not sure you loved it. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I can't take credit for all of it. I got to thank Miss Cinderlou. So, guys, let me pause here. Thanks, Lexi, for all that information. I'm actually going to grab the link so guys, remember, we got to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves in the process of it. So it's story time. Thanks, Lexi. You can go off camera if you wish. I don't know who's calling me on my phone because I don't like when people call my phone. Anyway, anyway. Thank you so much. I am so happy that I was able to do this because one of the things I find is that we sometimes don't, we are afraid to do the things that we should do or would do or could do. So with failed business, remember that's the icon of my failed business. And Lexus said it, and I have said it before. If we don't manage our finances well in our personal life, we're not going to manage it in our business. But a little more story about my business. So I started my business, my draper business, in 2005. And then in the same time, I actually start, Rosalind, I know you're coming up next, so you can start prepared to come on next. But just let me give a little story here. So, so when I start my business, I had, it was during the time that houses, they were building a lot of houses. They were building these huge windows, and people were all into custom draperies. The housing market was booming, everything seemed like it was okay. And I start this business, and all of a sudden, if you put Elaine Forbes drape would pop up on the internet. Everywhere you go, they feature me in the newspaper, and I was doing so great. That's what I thought. So at the time, I also did adult home care, and I was doing my draper business because the adult home care was to bring in the money. At least I knew, I had the sense that I had to have something that's bringing in the monthly income. And then I had the draper business because the draper business, like when you're in business, it goes up and down and up and down. So I had my first house. Then I decided to buy a bigger house because I was going to do this home care business. I was going to take it all the way to the top. Shout out to Miss Rosalind Rose. I did not plan this, okay? I did not plan this. It just happened that I'm telling this part of the story just before you come in. So I decided I was going to do adult care. I had no clue, nothing about adult care. I just know that I went and got certified, and they said, so I had 2 people living in my house, and I felt like I needed a bigger space, so I bought a new house, okay? It was during the time, 2008, there about 2005 to 2008, when you could have bought, during that time when you could have buy a house, you didn't have to have no credit, as far as I'm concerned. You didn't have to make no money, you could get a house. That was during that time. So I bought this house, nice big house. And like I said, I did not have all the basis. I did not do a SWOT analysis. And I know that some people say, why do I need to do a SWOT analysis? So the point I want to make is that I bought a house. I start doing the home care. I was making drapes, and guess what happened? The housing market crashed. Now, not only did I lose my client, because now I bought a bigger house, I lost my client. And In the process of that, my drapery business started to go down. And guess what happened? I was one of those persons who lost my house in 2008 because the places that I was getting my income from just started to go under. And because I did not know, I did not plan efficiently, because I did not do the SWOT analysis. What are the strength, my weakness, the 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 threats, are things that I had no control over. I had no control over the market failing, right? So the market failed, my drapery business started to go down because new homeowners, some of them lost their house, some of them lose their job, and that's in the recession of 2008. And what happened? Nobody buying custom drapes again. But if I had planned well, if I had a business plan to have income coming from another source in my business, what I could have done, and 20 hindsight is 2020, I could have done is start teaching those homeowners how to be do-it-yourself and how to make their drapes yourself. Can I get a amen in the church? So my business failed. And sometimes that's what happened in business, because we don't plan effectively. We don't have a plan. I know Maya was here talking about startup and how she talked about startup. I know several people are here, and we've heard people say that they weren't ready, or they weren't planning. They didn't know that we're gonna get it. Or some people didn't even. When you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Yes. I see Miss Rose coming on in, Ross coming on in with her mask and everything. She is in the she is, I call her the queen of caregiver. She is a caregiver. She has a business. Let me tell you, I met Roz a couple months ago. We chat on some things, and I want to share this because I think it's last year, Roz. We talked about somebody who was starting a home care business. I had somebody reach out to me who was in the home care business for 8 years, 8 years, and did not have all the right things in place. When I reached out to Roz, and Roz tell me how much it is to set up the business, the woman never come back. But what she doesn't realize is that it will cost her so much more money by not having stuff in place. So guys, I'm going to turn you over to Roz. If you have an adult, you have to take care of your loved one. We've been in a community since what, 2016 or 2017, somewhere there, and she's just awesomely, if that's the word. I'm gracious to have her. She's going to share her experience. But before she shares it, Roz, we got to ask you the questions. We got to make it fun. Listen, like I always say when I'm on social media, it's social media. We got to be social. So I like to be social. That's me. All right. So the number one question, Roz, are you prepared for the financial shift that happened when you hit six figure?
No, I wasn't ready. I really wasn't. Matter of fact, when everything was happening, I had to shut my business down the first time because I would, like you, I had not planned. I hadn't planned.
Mm.
I went to business school. I got my MBA and all of that. It didn't plan me. It gave me the book knowledge, but it didn't give me the street knowledge that I needed.
Mm. So, point in case you might get the book knowledge, but you also need the experience. That
Or
is,
or you need to partner with someone or get a mentor or a coach that can help you through that. And so when I shut down the first time and came back the second time, I had the right people in my circle
mm,
around me give me the right advice, help me set up my business the right way. You know, the taxes, the systems, and it made life way better.
Okay, are you involved in tracking your finance in your company?
Yes, I am. I have a I have a CPA. I
Okay.
also have, like everybody else, QuickBooks, and
Okay.
I learned QuickBooks. I went to a class down in Orlando for 3 days to learn QuickBooks, and that was the best class I ever took. And this was when, this was way before QuickBooks has evolved and what it is now. Before, you couldn't download your bank statements in
Ah.
nothing, integrated, migrated, whatever
Hmm.
they call it. None of that was happening. Everything was, you had to enter it
Yep.
in. And so all this has evolved over the last 10 years since I've had my business. And, QuickBooks is a blessing, but I also want to say this: for those of you who are not involved in your daily accountability so far as money, shame on you. Nothing leaves my desk. Nothing gets paid without me seeing it.
Hmm.
Nothing, nothing.
Hmm.
No, nobody gets a check. No bill gets paid. Nothing gets paid until it crosses my desk and I see it. And I take a once over. I remember Oprah Winfrey saying that nothing financially leaves that office without her looking at it at least one time. So I heard her say that years ago, and I've kind of followed that rule.
That is awesome. So we know you're using QuickBook. You up in your finances because ain't nothing gonna slip you by. Um, let's where's my question? Why is it? See, I like my boat screen.
And
All right.
and Elaine, the reason why I do that is because that's what Keisha was talking about earlier: checks and balances.
Mm-hmm.
You keep the
Yes.
people around you in check as well as they're keeping you in check. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody's, I don't want to be like the government that one hand don't know what the other hand doing, but I want. Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, and in order for me to do that, I have to keep I have to keep an eye on things.
What would you say, since you said out, I'm going to ask you a slightly different, but what would you say to people who, because there are some business owner, I teach people how to understand how to use QuickBooks, and there are some business owners that would say, oh, my bookkeeper do it, or my accountant do it. What would you say to them? Because I say to them, you need to know what's going on. I did I was an instructor on, now I can't remember the platform, where I see business owner, their bookkeeper go away and they're looking for somebody to teach them how to use QuickBooks because they don't even know how to do anything. What would you say to business owner when it comes to that?
Before you outsource, learn it yourself.
Ah, oh Jesus, I gotta write that one.
And before I outsource anything, I learn it myself. And after I learn it, then I give it to someone else. I go through the first month or two learning it, and I look on Fever, wherever I got to look, get referrals, wherever to take and then outsource, uh, whatever project I need. Now, some things I didn't do at first, like my graphics. I know I'm not a graphic artist, so I outsourced that immediately. I know I don't cut my grass. I outsource that. There's some things, that I outsource. There's some things that I don't outsource anymore, which is like my uniforms. I used to send that out, but because of COVID and for safety reasons, it's some things I had to shift, in my own personal life. So I don't let my uniforms go out anymore because I don't know how people are handling it. I don't know, if they're wearing a mask, so I have to be cognizant of that because I'm around clients. So, some people don't think about that, but I have to think, about things like that. So learn it first, then outsource it. But, make sure that you know it first.
Awesome, awesome. And we have coming in later on, Miss the coach, the queen of digital market, Miss Vanessa Collins, and
Oh, goodness.
that's something that she always say. It's and I can't tell you how much time that saved me Roz, because I have people doing stuff, but because I know it, if something happened in the middle of the night, because usually I'm up sometime late in the middle of the night getting something done, I could fix it. So
Yeah.
that is awesome. I I want to specifically ask you this because I watched your video and I want you to share. And I'm going to ask you to share the YouTube channel, that specific video with people. But I watched one of your video and you shared 8 mistakes
Oh,
that you make in your business. I'm going to give you the time to share that, and then you can share with people after you do, because I need to get people. So you can, if you can share. I don't know if you want to share, if you'd be able to share the video itself.
I'm trying to. I wish you would inbox me, but I'm trying to pull it up right now. Just a second. Let's see what happens.
Girl, it just came in my. The Lord just dropped it in my spirit.
I'm surprised how many. Sometimes you put this stuff out and you say, "Oh, nobody's watching," but you'll be surprised. Uh oh. Sorry.
So while Ross is looking for that, I know you can multitask because I know you're a woman. So we so I know you said that you learn it first, so you do not have a problem like turning over your financial information to a professional.
Nope, not at all. Something that my grandmother taught me because I'm a third generation entrepreneur. She always used to carry a little caboodle, and she would put all of her receipts in this caboodle, and she would keep it in her glove compartment in the car. So if she went to the grocery store, she had a slot just for groceries. She had a slot for gas. She had a slot for the dry cleaners or whatever. And so then I keep all of that, and then at the end of the week, I take that caboodle and put it into folders. And then at the end of the month, I hand it over to the CPA. Now I go through them, I look at them again to see where did I, why did my gas go up? Did I have to do extra recruiting or extra interviewing? Because sometimes, things fluctuate. But, if you know that, like this month I'm doing heavy recruiting. So I know that I'm spending a lot on gas because I have to go to the office a little more to do some recruiting. Those type of things. Some expenses went up because of, insurance or different things like that. You expect that, that. But yeah, I keep a little caboodle in the glove compartment because I'm a paper hoarder. when you were talking about going paperless earlier, I said, ooh, I can't do it. I have to feel the paper in my hand. I have to feel it. But yeah, I have it up whenever they want to look. It's up. So
Okay.
I don't
All
know
right.
if I have.
Let's go ahead and see if you can share your screen. So guys, I watched this video and I thought it was awesome, good thing. And I wanted her to share it with us. I don't know, the Lord just dropped it in my spirit. Can you play it?
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Just a minute. Here we go. And there it is.
We're not hearing it.
Uh-oh.
Roz, just stop your share and start it again. And when you do it this time, make sure that you click the little box that says use computer video or audio. When you go to share in the lower left-hand corner, there'll be a little box that comes up.
Okay, when I go to share, okay.
The lower left corner, there's a little
Yes,
check
ma'am.
box.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and then we hit share, and then we back this puppy up. That's why it's always good to have people in high places.
I know.
I'm the CEO and owner of Jacksonville's Best Caregivers, where we provide 4 levels of specialized care to your loved one: sitter, homemaker and companion, home health aide, and certified nursing assistant. When you can't do it all, give us a call. Well, today I want to talk to you about what were some of the biggest mistakes that I made when I started my business. Well, the first thing I did was I didn't do my research on my competitors. I didn't do research on other companies that were in the same business as I was. And so that was one of my mistakes. That I did not set my business up correctly. So I set it up as an LLC, and I should have set it up either as an incorporation or a corporation. I chose the wrong form of business, the wrong business setup. And I didn't make a good plan when I wanted to start my business. I jumped right in, then I didn't have a plan once I did start the business. I didn't have the right infrastructure, so when it came to billing, I didn't have a system like QuickBooks or CPA or, whatever type of structure that you use to be able to see how much money is coming in, what's going out, what bills are being spent. So I didn't have that in place. So that was huge when I started my business the first time. I underpriced myself. I was trying to beat my competitors. To beat my competitors, I beat myself. In the long run and in the end, it made a huge difference when it came time to pay employees. I couldn't pay them like I wanted to. I wasn't getting enough profit. I wasn't making hardly any profit. Most of my money was going towards the employees to pay them. So I really wasn't making anything but really being a high paid administrator. Picking the wrong specialty when I knew that my staff did not were not qualified to handle that type of specialty or that type of niche. So that's why you hear me say we specialize in these 4 categories. So I realized that some of the ladies that I have, do not have some certain types of level of care. So we stay in those 4 ranges, and I don't go outside of that. And then if I do, I'll outsource. Sometimes I waited too long to hire and too long to fire. So I do hire slow, but I fire fast now. Legal advice. A lot of times I didn't listen to good advice or legal advice. So I just wanted to share that with you. I don't want you to make the same mistakes that I made and then have to start all over again. Get it right the first time so you don't waste time, you don't waste money, and you don't waste energy. Get it right the first time. Once again, I am Roz Jones, the CEO and owner of Jacksonville's Best Caregivers, where we provide 4 levels of specialized care to your loved one: sitter, homemaking companion, home health aide, and certified nursing assistant. When you can't do it all, give us a call.
That is awesome, Ross. I do
Thank
hope
you.
I do hope everyone saw the benefit of that video. When I watched it, Ross, I'm like, oh, I don't need to do this presentation. I'm like, wow. So I think Ross just did her whole presentation in that video. And that is why it is important, very, very important. Yes. So guys, plug for Roz right here. Make sure you go over to YouTube and follow her. She's a caregiver, but she's going to give some business nugget. And let me tell you something that I've learned. Doesn't matter what industry you are in, you learn something about business that you can share that somebody else is going to benefit from. And we saw that. So Ross, tell the people how you can help them and how we know we can find you on YouTube. but tell us how else. And guys, I did put the link in. If you're not using QuickBooks, if you have QuickBooks, you don't understand it, you're not categorized, and you don't even understand what we call chart of account, you need to schedule a call to talk to me. We need to talk yesterday, not even today, yesterday. So Ross, go ahead.
And the way to get in contact with me, if you need to talk to me either about caregiving, because there are also some tax benefits with caregiving, some financial things that you can recoup as a someone who's taking care of someone. So I want you to be aware of that. And I know Elaine and some of the other professionals can tell you that. But to reach me is bit.ly/speak with Roz. I'll put that in there along with my YouTube page, bit.ly/speak with Roz. And I can give you a free consultation for 30 minutes, which is we're supposed to do as owners of the caregiver business. We do have to give a consultation for free, and then anything after the first 30 minutes of consultation, then it would go into, if you wanted more, then of course there is a minimum charge for those type of services. So once again, it's bit.ly/speak with Roz. And I'm also on Facebook as Roz Jones. The business is Jacksonville's Best Caregivers. So it's the YouTube page, and on LinkedIn is Rosalind Marshall Jones.
So Roz, I'm in New York, and my mom's sick, and now we have to care. Would you be able to help us?
Yeah, so far as long distance caregiving, absolutely. I do it all the time. I'm doing it now for two of my clients. Their children live in other cities, and I'm taking care of them here. And then I also have one that lives here. No, I'm sorry. I have another client that lives in Tennessee, and I talk to her virtually. Matter of fact, every day. Every day, I talk to her virtually to help take care of her mom.
Gotcha. So you can help. It doesn't matter where you are in.
That's it.
In the U.S. Do you also? And I won't ask you this question because do you also help people to set up their caregiving business?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's a 6-week course. And depending on what state you're in, here in the state of Florida, you can be up and running in less than 30 days. In other states, it could take up to a year or a little longer because they only open the application process once a year. And for states such as South Carolina, North Carolina, and I think Tennessee, they only open the application up somewhere between August and October, and that's it. So you have to know what state you're in and know the rules and regulations for that state.
Got you. Wow, that's amazing to know. Would you let me, I got one more question for you. Just let me find my question sheet. We know you talk about your income and expense. We got all of that because that video says it.
Yes, it did.
Okay, so what do you have any advice for people who are just starting like a caregiver business? We're going to be specific right now.
For anybody that's starting a caregiving business, I tell somebody, do your research. Get with somebody, and let me say this. When I did my research, this is what I did. I worked for my competitor. And so I worked for the competition for 3 years. And then I connected with the person that actually owned the business, and she walked me through some things. So you don't actually have to work for the competitor, but you can do your research. Call, particularly for the pricing. Don't underprice yourself. That was my biggest mistake, listening to someone say, oh, drop your price down by $8 to $10. Well, it bit me on the butt. And I probably could be further along now if I had charged like everybody else was charging. But I undercut myself, and how they say, you cut off your foot to spite your nose, or however, trying to chase that dollar. Every dollar's not a good dollar. Learn how to say no.
I gotta write that one down.
Yeah, every dollar's not a good dollar. And just because someone is saying, I need help, I want you to be my caregiver, I want your company, it may not be a good fit, and say no. And that's for any company. It may not be a good fit. And if you can't do it, don't try to do it. Because I know that my ladies cannot do skilled care. We're not, mm-mm, no skilled care, none. If it's skilled care, then they need to go to the nursing home, because we're not going to do that, you know, that much physical work. We can't. They're not qualified. And I wouldn't put them through that. And you have to know what your employees can do. You have to know how much you can handle, and also know with more money comes more responsibility and accountability. The more money you make, the more responsibility and accountability. The more employees you have, the more, oh, I can tell you about that, honey. That's a whole nother conversation.
For another day. But
Yeah.
if you guys, if you notice the trend of the conversation, whether it's from the caregiver, whether it's from the queen of webinar, whether it's from the business strategist, whether it's from the financial coach, they're all along the same thing, saying the same thing. I mean, with the exception of Roseanne, who says, I planned for my 6-figure. I knew what I was going to do. Most of us that make 6-figure was not even ready for it. Some of us didn't even know that it was on its way until we got hit. And
It came so fast. Mine came so fast because the clients came. And so, handling, I saw my parents handle that much money. I saw my grandparents handle large sums of money, but I had never done it.
Mm-hmm.
So, ask for help. Ask for help.
And we've had different levels of people on here talking about using QuickBooks, because that's what I specialize in. And the story go on. We start with migration, where I migrated to the US 23 years ago. Yes, my son is 23 years old. And like I said, it was a new experience for me. I had no clue what QuickBook was, but I was an auditor, senior auditor, so I know accounting. And like I'll say it on here, some people don't like it. Some people use it and says, "Oh, she." I hate bookkeeping, because bookkeeping is not sexy. It is not. But what I do know is that I can do it in my sleep, and that's this way. I mean, I've been doing. I am afraid now to tell people that I've been doing counting for over 35 years. And I was looking back at my years of, I did accounting in high school. And when I got out of high school, I went into work in several accounting firms. When I migrated here is when I did my bachelor's in public accounting. But I didn't know what QuickBook was. Okay. I started accounting when we were writing in ledgers. So I'm not opposed to those people who still write stuff. I understand. I don't like to work hard. I like to work smart. I started accounting when accounting was done in ledgers. You had to purchase it, ledgers and journals. You had to purchase in journal. So, Ross, we can chat for a minute, because I think I'm missing somebody. I was hoping Deidre would come back. So, just to be transparent, Deidre was supposed to be here. She was dealing with a tax fraud. She jumped in. I don't know if she's going to come back. So, we kind of had that. And I think somebody else. So, we have a couple minutes until the next person. So, we're just going to chit chat. So if you all guys have any question and you don't mind us chit-chatting, we're just going to chit-chat about business,
But also, too, I want to say this as being a business owner, or being a caregiver, or going into the caregiving business. We talk about documentation. Get your documentation in order. Get the QuickBooks. I'd rather be miserable spending time in QuickBooks than sitting in front of an IRS auditor.
See, that's the thing that some people don't understand. And I think it was Lysandra who tell us that you cannot avoid an audit. And I know that. You cannot avoid an audit, because the IRS go out and audit different companies also because they are looking for, not to see if you're wrong, they are collecting data. So they want to see what your business does. And Lysandra did explain that earlier. So for those who are on here, we're talking about this, but you can go back and watch Lysandra. She's an enroll agent.
Mm-hmm.
so Lashonda said that she had the IRS agent at her house in 2012. It was not fun. So let me tell you some of the mistake I made, because we're talking about my migration journey. So I migrated here, and like I said, I always wanted to start a business, and I start my draper business. But before I start my draper business, I started, I could say it's a business, but it wasn't really. So me and my sister decided that we were going to do artificial flowers at flea markets. In order for you to do artificial flowers, to go to the flea market, you have to have a tax ID because you have to collect sales taxes. Now, remember, I just migrated. I didn't know anything about the taxes here. I didn't know the tax law. I know nothing. They just told me that I had to get a tax ID. You know who went and got a tax ID, right? I know the tax law from Jamaica because that's where I'm from. I lived there, for until I was an adult, right? But guess what happened? I never filed any sales taxes because I didn't make any money. And I didn't know that even though I did not make any money, I still needed to file the taxes. 2 years or 3 years later, I have a tax liability. I had a notice, what they call it? A lien, a tax lien.
A tax lien. Mm-hmm.
I had a tax lien. So I called them up. I said, what is this for? She said, you have a tax ID. I said, yes. You didn't file taxes. I said, I didn't make no money. She says, you don't gotta make no money. That's the mistake that we make sometimes. Because we don't make no money, don't mean we don't gotta pay taxes. Especially if you have a business.
Whether it's a nonprofit or a business, if you don't make it, you still have to file some type of documentation, because what'll happen with a nonprofit is they'll close you down because you don't have any record of activity, anything going on.
They will close you down even if you have a for-profit business. They will make your business inactive if you are not filing your taxes. Who learned that the hard way?
I was in a nonprofit. That's how I learned it. They shut it down. We just figured, well, we weren't doing anything. We were having activities and different things like that, but we weren't charging. We had more going out profit than coming in, but.
And here is what happened.
We got the paperwork.
If you do not have an active company, you cannot get a business bank account.
No, that's right.
Your company has to be active with the state. The state got to say you pay them that $25 every year. Okay, so Cindy Lou asked, how did I get started again? Is that for me or is that for Rosalind? Because they sure do check. Yes, article in good standing, either of you. Okay, so she's asking either of us, how did I get started? So you want to go first, Roz? I like to give the guest first.
I shut down because I knew I was making mistakes. Mm-hmm. Everything was like just really disorganized. As much as I love paper, I didn't have it together. I was making major mistakes, so I shut it completely down. I went to the SBA, and then they also have a here in Florida at the University of North Florida. They have what's called PTAC, and they give out money specifically to help small businesses and women-owned businesses in particular. So I got with those people, and I got me a mentor. I did all of that, and then got back up and running. I got my Duns and Bradstreet number. You know, I did all of that, and stuff that I didn't have before, stuff that they didn't teach you again in business school. So that's why it's always so good to use the SBA or what is it that the senior citizens who were in business, what's it called? Score. Yeah. So, you know, those two entities were very helpful to me when I came back the second time. So, you know, everybody's like, oh, you just get out here and you start a business. Oh, you just get out here online and you do your business. It's more than just that.
Mm-hmm.
And particularly when you get online, you have got to start having a team. I don't care if it's someone just doing the graphics, like I said earlier. Hire someone to do your graphics because I know I couldn't do graphics. Just like that video for YouTube, I didn't edit that. I got somebody, trust me. Anybody in my circle know that I'm the outsourced queen? I am the outsourced queen. I have someone edit those videos for me every week because I post once a week, um, you know, on my YouTube page. So, um, you know, making sure that you do it. That's why I wanted to make that other video. What mistakes? Someone said, "What did you do wrong?"
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the video came up. You know, the next video I'm gonna talk about is pricing because we all don't price right. We don't, and that hurt me. My competitors were doing between 18 to $25 an hour. I came in at 12 and 13. I wasn't making.
Ooh.
That's why I said I was a high paid administrator. At the end of the day, everything was going to taxes and paying employees. And at the end of the month, I barely had enough money to pay my cable bill and to put gas in my car. So I knew I was doing something wrong because I couldn't even pay myself. So I had to raise my prices. These are lessons, major lessons. So if you call your competitors and they're charging $25, you charge $25 because if they pay them, they'll pay you.
That's what I say. That's what I say. So I know, I like Rosalind. When my business failed, the Joy for Business failed. It took a while to finally die down for me to actually stop doing draperies. So that was like, and a year I know most people are going to associate with a year because it was 2008 when the market crashed. I lost my house, so I went back to corporate. I went right back to corporate, and I worked in corporate for. I became a financial a chief accountant for a medical practice. Now, I sit at the people's job thinking about how to grow my business or how to make money in my business, right? And you talk about scores, and when I start the business, I did get a loan I got a loan to start the business. I got $5,000, regardless of the fact that I did not have a proper plan in place. So it's not always, they told me. It's not like they didn't say, you need this, you need this, you need this. Did I do it? No. So I went back to corporate, and when I went back to corporate, I became a chief financial, whatever they want to call it. I was the accountant, the accountant, and my experience there, I spent, I think, little under 2 years or close to 2 years with them. They were a $30 million company, but I went there, and this is something that I want to impress upon a lot of us, because I said this before, is that as business owner, you need to understand your finances. So when I went to the company, this company was making $30 million, and they had a bookkeeper. Ain't nothing wrong with a bookkeeper. All they had was a bookkeeper, a self-taught bookkeeper. Okay? I start going through the accounting, and I realized there was duplicate payments. There was over $200,000 that I recovered for the company. So I was there, and I was thinking about my drape. I still was doing my drapes, here and there, still doing it. Wasn't fully out of it. But these were doctors, right? And the problem was that I was the only middle level. Well, yeah, because everybody else that was black was in lower level. I was the only middle level black person. They hired an administrator who was a nurse. Okay, I'm not knocking nurses, please get me right. She was a nurse. She knew nothing about accounting, but they hired her to be the practice manager, to be the manager. So she was my boss. And what I wasn't going to do, I wasn't going to teach her accounting. I was not. I was not going to teach her accounting. But I hired somebody else, a clerk. And because the clerk was white, she deferred to the clerk. And when the clerk messed it up, I had to fix it. Right? I was the accountant. And because, so there was that little racist dynamics going on. And then the doctors, and they asked me to do something that was not legal, and I refused to do it. And he says, well, it's my business. I said, okay, but I'm not doing it because I'm not going to IRS for you. I'm not going to jail for you either. So with that said, I got my pink slip with 2 months pay. I tried in the area to get somebody to legally mitigate it. Nobody in the area would take it because they said, oh, we all play golf with those guys. I mean, I had my children, I had stuff to do. So I said, you know what, forget it. God is going to answer to them. So I pick up consulting here and there. And then in 2010, I went into the financial service industry. And I deferred back and said, you know what, this is what I know well. So I started to do, I started to do bookkeeping here and there for people. And then I did straight financial services. So I'm licensed in the financial services industry. Still kept my license. And then 2016, I came online. And when I came online, this is the funny part of it. When I came online, everybody was saying, Elaine, what are you good at? And I said, QuickBook. And I said, why don't you teach QuickBook? I'm like, I don't want to do account. I don't want to do bookkeeping. I don't want to do bookkeeping. I was like, I don't want to do it. But you know, when you know what you do and you do what you do very well, it doesn't matter if you don't like certain part of it, it comes right down, right back around. So last year, 2019, Linda Robinson, shout out to Linda Robinson. She says, oh, Elaine, why don't you teach us to do QuickBooks? I'm like, okay. Unwillingly, I decided to start teaching QuickBooks again. And then I realized how much people need QuickBooks. So I revised my business and decided that, hey, here I am today because I realized how much people need it. And then when we got certified with the DBE and the MBE, we realized that there's so much people out there that needs to get the certification, but they don't have their books together. They don't have their records together. They don't have no records. And I know, not Lexi, who was the other one? Tina talk about the government contract. LaShonda talk about that. Now, here's the crazy thing. I'm doing a webinar next week, Tuesday. Next week, Tuesday, I'm doing a webinar. You all need to come to this webinar because I'm going to talk about why people got denied for the PPP loan. I see that face, Roz. Why people got denied for the PPP loan. Do you know that a lot of small businesses, we'll call them they're self-employed, small businesses who needed this PPP loan to carry them over during this pandemic did not get it. One of the requirements that you must have a bank account. Most of them did not have a bank account.
Mm.
Yes. Yes, Lexi, I'll send you the Cindy Lou, can you put the webinar link in? Right? That is that I just don't know how to say it because there's no sexy way to talk about bookkeeping. No sexy way at all. It's not sexy. Because I've had people say, you got to make it sexy. No, there's no sexy way. It's not sexy. It's not something that people like to do. If it was something people like to do, and I'm sure it was Lexi that says it, you know, we most of us don't keep our personal finances because it's our money. We don't pay attention to it. We do the same thing for our business. We do the same thing. We do the same way we treat our personal, we treat our business the same way.
But you know what though, Elaine? We don't like going to get our license renewed, but we'll stand in line.
Ooh.
I'm just I'm just talking. We just having girl chat.
Hey, anybody wants to chime in? Any of the panelists want to chime in? We're
I'm
just
just
talking because at this point we're supposed to have coming up is Sharon Nixon, and I know she's at work, and I didn't see her come in yet. So we're just making because
you know what we make excuses.
mm-hmm,
We do what we want to do, but what we need to do, you know, it's always a struggle. And then whatever you don't do, eventually it's going to catch up to you. Just like now with the government PPE, you could go out and you could get it. I didn't get it because I didn't need it. You
right.
understand what I'm saying?
That's okay.
I didn't need it. It, there was no need for me. There's other people out there because of caregiving, because we're essential. My business is, thank God, is good.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other people out there that really need it. So why would I go out and apply for something and block somebody else's blessing? I'm
I
not gonna
know.
do that. I'm not gonna do that. But like I said, if you stand in line and when you go to a driver's license place, sometimes you have to sit an hour. You could take that same hour and do your books.
Mm-hmm.
That same
Mm-hmm.
time you invest with that, it's the same time because you can suffer the pain now
Or you
or
can.
suffer it later,
Mm-hmm.
and you sitting in front of that IRS panel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. No, ma'am, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Okay, Sharon says she's ready, but let me make sure that she's coming. Just
Okay.
give me a minute. You
Oh,
can go
oh.
and talk. You go ahead and talk. Let me see if I can get her to
No, no,
get
no.
in.
I'm huge on documentation. I talk about it all the time. Um, even with advanced directives, I talk about that. People don't want to get their paperwork ready. Same thing with the taxes. But we gotta get this paperwork together because either you're gonna be with IRS or you're gonna be in probate if we don't plan, if we don't do the right planning.
Mm-hmm.
Why give all that money to the court? Why give that money to an attorney to go IRS? Why give that money to an attorney to go to probate? And if you have all your documentation in order, a lot of times the judge can go ahead and make a decision. Hey, this was in order. We don't need to do anything. Go ahead and make you know, disperse the money correctly. We want to look at the cute side of business.
Mm-hmm.
She's sitting in front of live. She look good. She got her makeup on. You know, but they don't look at the part where you got to wear a mask for 10 and
Mm-hmm.
12 hours a day, and your
Right.
face has rash on it because you're wearing a mask. They don't look at that part. They don't look at the part where you got to do the physical work. You got to do all that behind. You got to sit at a desk and actually get up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and look at your books.
Oh, girl.
They don't look at that. All they look at is that, okay, the money's coming in and it's fabulous. It's not. It's not always fabulous. Yeah, there's a passion behind it. There's a ministry behind it for me. But at the end of the day, I gotta have help. I
Yeah.
got to. I
Yeah.
would I would be a fool and I'm just being transparent, I would be a fool to sit up here and say I could do it all.
Because you can't do it all. It doesn't matter what we say. And if you want your business to grow, you got to have the right people in your circles so you can get stuff done. And like I said, I've been doing accounting forever. A lot of people don't realize the largest expense for most business is salary. The largest expense for most businesses is salary. So what that means is that they are paying people to make sure that the business is running. And I was listening to a tape, and I'm trying to I don't even remember which book, because I listen to most of my books. I don't remember which book it is that talks about most of us are good at what we do, and we complain about our boss, but we become that person that is underpaid, as miserable as our boss, because we're doing everything ourselves. And that quote that you gave, Roslyn, about hiring slow and firing fast, I was listening to it on a book too. And I know two people mentioned today mentioned the profit first. So guys,
Hmm.
if you're not reading it, and I'm going to ask you to make sure that you're in the group, go to the group, Create Financial Solution, and just make sure that you are following in the group. If you have not joined the group, please go and knock the door. I'll make sure I check it when someone else is speaking so that we let everybody in. And make sure to comment on the speakers. God, I'm going to give away 2 shirts. I'm going to give away probably more than two shirts. It's rose pink, whatever this color is. Whatever this color is, and a black. So we're going to have those shirts. Fortunately, I wanted to wear it today, but it's not here. It's not here. So I think Sharon is in. I'm going to bring her in, and then we're going to introduce Sharon. And then
Thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it.
that's all right, Ross. That's because some people, listen, that's what I'm saying, is that sometimes it's not that things don't happen, it's how you deal with it. And one of the things I believe that every single thing happened for a reason.
But also, too, remember that we're not perfect, but we're priceless.
Ooh,
We're not
that
perfect,
that is
but
awesome.
each one of us is priceless. So I want everybody to understand your value. That's why I said that. But we're going
Mhm.
to, I'm going, thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Miss Sharon, look at you looking pretty. I'm not used to you looking that pretty. All right. Just before, okay, your mic is off. I'll tell you when to turn it off on. Just give me a minute. So, guys, for those who have been here with us, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for coming in and hanging out with us. I know I'm kind of crazy sometimes, maybe all the time, but as always, like I said, it's social media. I like to be social, and we're talking about business and taxes. And as you know, I'm a QuickBook Pro advisor, QuickBook guru, QuickBook expert, whatever you want to call it. And if you've not heard my story, I knew nothing about 23 years ago. I knew nothing about QuickBooks. And okay, so Roz, okay, Roz, did you say you have a free gift? Roz says she has a free gift. She also put her YouTube channel in there. Make sure you do go and subscribe to her channel. Yep, we're lifting up everybody today, and she puts how you can touch base with her. And we thank you so much, Roz, for taking time out of your busy schedule to stop by here. And that's one of the things that sometimes business owner don't have the time, because we're so busy working in our business as opposed to working on our business. And I know my next speaker, she is coming to us all the way. You're in Virginia. You're in Richmond. You can, yeah.
No, Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, she's in Maryland. Because it looks like all we had in here earlier today was people from RVA. We had a whole bunch of RVA people that was in here. All right, so let's go ahead and do an introduction for Miss Sharon Nixon. I don't even remember when we met, but I know how I met her. So most of you might have known this person on Facebook. She's on Periscope. And I tell you, if you don't know her, you need to go look her up. Shannon Griffin. Shannon is the person that connects me with Sharon Nixon, and she, oh my goodness, Sharon, you think I know everything about you?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You
Listen,
don't? Okay.
listen, Sharon, here's one thing that I get on people especially people that go to church. When you have to introduce them and they says, I don't like to talk about myself. I'm like, no, you got to talk about yourself. If you don't talk about yourself, who's going to? But anyway, Sharon Nixon, she says she's a philanthropist. I hope I say that right. And she's passionate about business and marketing strategist. She has been in business for 17 years, and she has a niche for coaching other business owner that creative way with creative way to market and to attract support. So Sharon has the Fashion Umbrella Foundation.
Yes.
I got it right.
Yes, my baby.
Yeah, she's all into fashion and stuff like that. So I know Sharon, you don't know what has been going on because I know you're also at work, right? But
I'm on my lunch break right now.
oh, she's on her lunch break, so we're gonna make sure that we get Sharon in so she gets it in. So guys, so Sharon, we have 6 questions.
Okay.
If you get the first 3 right, we stop there and then you can speak. But if not, we do all 6 and we find some extra one, okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right, so number 1 question is where you are you prepared for the financial shift that happened when you hit 6 figure?
I believe I am. I try to prepare for that part that's coming because I know it's coming. It's just a matter of when. And so I try to take the steps necessary. So when it does hit, we'll be, okay, well, we need to do this with that, and then we can just keep it moving.
Okay. Are you involved in tracking your finances in your company?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what do you use to track it?
Right now we use Excel and we're navigating over to QuickBooks.
Awesome. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. Okay, so we making sure that we get, okay, so you, so for you right now, so you're not using QuickBooks, you're using Excel.
Right.
What made you decide that you need to go over to Excel?
Well, I've been using
to QuickBooks, sorry.
Oh, to QuickBooks because I need to have, I know how to use Excel, but I'm not a super advanced person with it. And the reports that I need to run, I can't really get them from Excel without writing a whole bunch of formulas. And I just need something where I can go in there and say, give me the reports for this quarter that are over this amount. And I need to, because you can sort and filter in Excel, but for what I need, it needs to be a little bit more deeper than Excel. And I think with QuickBooks, from what I've heard from different people, that would be the perfect route to take.
Awesome. Okay, so do you know the expenses that you need to deduct as a business owner and those that you're not able to take?
Well, I run a foundation, so for us, it's more of, we've been a foundation for 6 years. And so for us, I kind of sort of learned by trial and error. And with that being said, I do a lot of Googling, and I will pick up the phone and wait for IRS to answer it. To if I have a question, especially if it's dealing with a sponsor and what they want to give me and how does that tie in to our mission statement, will that be a red flag with the IRS? So I will call them up in a minute, get their agent ID number, so in case anything comes up, I can say, well, I spoke to agent 123696 and they on this date and time and they told me this. So I assumed that since I went straight to the source, that it was correct.
Got you. And I'm glad you said that, because a lot of people don't realize. So one of the things that I do, and a lot of people don't realize, so I'm going to say both of them in the same sentence, is that if I call somewhere, I'll talk to 3 people and get 3 different answers. So even though you call the source, sometimes what a lot of people don't realize is that they still sometimes don't get the right answer.
Yep, that's true. But as long as I have my, as I call
and
it,
that's
my
why
list,
it's very important to document.
Yep.
Write it down. And that's what we're talking about, actually organizing and make sure you have documents and stuff like that. I cannot tell you how much time I pulled that out with a date, the time, down to the minute that I spoke to someone and this is what they said. Because sometimes the person that you're talking to, you don't know how much years experience they have or they don't have. So yeah, that's
not my problem. If you have someone answer your phones, they should be completely educated.
Exactly.
With the processes of the organization. That's why everybody only speaks to me when it comes to
Okay, so I know you are not for profit, correct?
Right.
And so this might not apply to your company.
But I used to run an LLC too, so.
Okay, do you track charitable donation given by your company?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But
the
strange part that I found with donations that a lot of people want to be anonymous. Because I'm a person that likes to thank people for their time and especially their donations, but you can't thank anybody that doesn't want their information to be known. And I'm talking about donations that come through PayPal and also those that come through like Networking for Good, because all of those donations are, they're anonymous. Thank you.
Hey. Okay. Would you say every new business need to hire a bookkeeper at the beginning, or an accountant or a tax professional, somebody that either advise them or help them to set up their system?
Well, I think, let's define let's identify the definition of new business, because we have a new business with those who don't have an EIN, who claim that they're a business, which I don't deal with. And then you have those over here that are regulated. They have that EIN, they took the necessary steps, they pay the necessary fees. Those people should get, I recommend that if you're going to start a business, that you have the key players in place, and one should be an accountant. I am a strong believer, although I'm in the search for one now, but I'm a strong believer that unless you have that backing, that accounting type backing, that you should have someone to, if you don't want to bring them on board right away, at least someone to mentor you in finances.
Thank you, Sharon, for that information. And I totally understand, because we talked about that earlier, and because we had some tax professional came in, and we talk about having your EIN. We also talk about making sure that, and that is awesome. What are some of the things that you learn as your business grow? The mistakes that you made that in hindsight, because 2020 is hindsight. Hindsight is 2020. What are some of those mistakes and that you can share with us that we can, look to avoid and stuff like that?
Well, I don't know if it's more of a mistake, but I know for me, it's critical that I have a contract or some type of document in place stating out what is expected from each party, because verbalization can sometimes get construed and thrown to the wayside, and the dialogue or the main key point of the conversation or the project can get lost. So one thing, I tried the let's just do it on a handshake type thing for maybe the first couple of years of business, but then when that turns around and bites you and people say, oh, I don't remember that, then it becomes an issue. And ever since then, I use contracts for everything. Like I won't do business with a person if they won't sign a contract. Sorry.
I don't know. My mic was mute. Got you. That makes sense. So what we're gonna do now is you're gonna tell the people about your foundation. Tell them what you do. Once you're done telling them what you do, you have 10, 15 minutes to just talk to people about, your business.
Okay, so I run the Fashion Umbrella Foundation, and it was started basically, it was highly recommended by sponsors that we deal with because they wanted to help us more. And this was when we were just under Baltimore Fashion Week, the LLC. So they wanted to help us more, but they couldn't because of tax implications. They didn't have a way to really write off money that they were giving away. So they said, you should really consider somehow becoming a nonprofit. So about 3 years later, I finally, after doing the footwork and doing the research and realizing how much of a curve it would be for us, I took the step and completed the paperwork to become a nonprofit, and here we are. And so I run the fashion, I'm the founder and chief volunteer. And the reason why I'm the chief volunteer, because no one here gets paid. Everybody volunteers their time, including myself. And so since no one's getting paid, we're not directors, we're not executive directors, we're not operating officers, we're not any of that, because all of those titles scream payment or some type of income. And since we're not doing that, and when I found that out, I found that out maybe a year and a half ago. It was a quick scramble to read completely. I had to completely recategorize everyone. The bylaws had to be updated. It was a huge shift for us, because the whole time I thought, I'll be president. And no, you can't be president unless you're getting some type of fee or some type of income. And so from there, we brought Baltimore Fashion Week, which is our largest fundraiser, under our umbrella. And so we have the Baltimore Fashion Week designer debut. We do a gala, which was just moved to Baltimore Fashion Week. So all of that will happen in August in 2021. We didn't have it this year because of Mr. 19 wanted to come on the scene this year and ruin everything for everybody. And so outside of that, we have a lot of youth development programs that we do. Hold on for a minute, y'all. I'll be right back.
One moment, please.
Wait a minute, one moment.
Okay.
So I'm back. So we have a youth. It's funny because usually this time of year is when we buy all of our school supplies for our back to school refresh. And so a lot of the programs that we have in place all came because I was a single mom, and it came from me raising my sons and also watching their friends. And one thing that I always struggled with when my sons were little was school supplies, because they have their winter break, and then when it's time for them to go back to school in January, nobody has a pencil, no notebook paper, they don't have anything. It's like they ate it up over the holiday break. And so when I remember that was the very first program that we implemented under the Fashion Umbrella Foundation. So what we do is me and my mom, because my mom is, she's a community relations and donations coordinator. So that's what she does. And so she and I both go to Walmart and we buy all of these school supplies. I was in there, what's today? Tuesday. I was in there Sunday, and the school supply area was empty. Nobody was there. So I'll probably go back tomorrow night and do all of my shopping. We usually buy about 2 cartloads full of supplies. And the only thing that has to be done is that a teacher needs to go online to fashionumbrella.org and go to programs and complete the form for back to school refresh. Now the form was reduced because teachers were complaining it was too long, we wanted too much information. And so I reduced it, but we're not gonna give supplies away because no one wants to complete a form. So I just keep buying, and it just keeps getting bigger. And so we have that program. We give away a scholarship award, a $200 scholarship award to freshman and sophomore students. What else? We have the youth open mic, which was canceled by Mr. 19 again, which is an arts performance program where youth come in and they perform. And had it happened this year in June, we decided to give them money as a prize. And I got the idea. I get a lot of my ideas from watching the morning show with Gayle King and the rest of them. And Gayle had interviewed Chance the Rapper, and he does a program in Chicago called Open Mic. And I called them to get information. Then I sent them an email on my way to work, and the lead director of the program contacted me because I wanted permission to bring what they do in Chicago here. I said, I need the blueprint. And I'm not going to do it like everybody else, just take your idea. I would like to do it just like you do, same layout, everything. And so they sent it to me and we implemented it. And this would have been our fourth performance, I'm sorry, because we did it 3 months in a row. And then I stepped back. I was like, we need to step back and reevaluate. Something's not working here. And it's funny because the organization in Chicago called and noticed that we weren't being as vigilant as we were with the marketing. And I explained to them why. I was like, we need to make this to fit our demographic audience, because you got Chance up there and all he has to do is blink and people come, but it's not that easy for us here in Baltimore. And so the blueprint is still there, but the way we reached out and the prizes that we offered, instead of giving, just before it was just thank you for coming, and everybody would just participate. But seems like when you put competition in the equation, things are a little bit differently. And then we added money to the equation. So there were 3 different level of financial prizes that the youth could win. And it's only open to youth. Parents are not allowed in the room. And the reason why that is because if you're a kid and you're rapping, there's mom. Say hi to mom. It's right in the middle of my interview.
Hi, Mom.
Okay. I'm talking. Bye. Oh my gosh. This is what happens when you work from home.
That's all right. That's all right.
So she needed pay. They're working. My mom is working for Fashion Week. We're giving all of our VIP guests baskets. So my living room is full of gifts. And because it's full of gifts, it's just crazy. It's crinkle paper all over the place. It's not all over the floor, but we just have gifts all over the place. So she needed paper to write something for one reason or another. So that's why she came in here to get more paper in the middle of my interview. I'm so sorry, but I am working from home. And so
listen, we all are working from home. We've learned that. We've learned that COVID has taught us to work from home with the children, the husband, the distraction. So go ahead.
Yes. So, we have the programs that we create, or the programs that we implement are usually for youth. We did start called Fashion Umbrella University, which is an online class. And when I came up with it, I'm like, oh my God, we'll do these online classes. And it's so much work because I don't like to do anything halfway. And I like to give a certain look or ambiance with everything that we do. So that means that we had to go online. That means I had to go online and create an actual online university, which I'm trying to do in the middle of Baltimore Fashion Week and Designer Debut, which are 2 of our largest fundraisers, and it's crazy. So, and I haven't even picked up a mouse to even do a presentation yet, because I'm still trying to get all this together. So in the interim of me running the Fashion Umbrella Foundation and working on 2 huge events that are happening on August 29th. I'm in the background. I do all the marketing for my event. I manage all the websites. We just brought on board a casting company that'll handle all of our model castings and working with the designers for the go-sees and the wardrobe fittings. So collection fittings. So all of that will be worked out hopefully by September. And that's one thing that can be taken off my plate because I'm bringing in people that can do some of the tasks that I have because it's starting to be crazy. So, and I also, like I said, I teach courses. I have a Cricut, as you see behind me, my Cricut. So a lot of people have been asking me to do classes with that. And so, yeah, that's me. And I work a full-time job.
Thank you so much, Sharon. It was just awesome having you talk. So let me ask you this question. So I'm a business owner. If I donate to your business, is that tax deductible?
Yes, it is.
Guys, did you hear that? Did you just hear her say?
And for all donations we receive, as long as we have an email account, November the 1st, all the tax deduction receipts go out and we send it out on our letterhead with our EIN number. All of our sponsors, they get the same letter. They get two. So they get three. They get a personal handwritten card, depending on if they talk to me or my mom, we write a personal handwritten card. So I have boxes and boxes of thank you cards that I buy just randomly because we never send the same one twice. Then they get a thank you letter on letterhead, and then they get a receipt. Because things get shuffled November the 1st, we send out again by email and regular mail another tax deductible receipt specifying how much they gave us. Then we have a formula that we use. Out of your X amount of money, this is how much is tax deductible. And so they get all of that and a letter so they can use it for their taxes. That way they don't have to ask us when we're in the middle of our tax season, can you send me? Because now I've done it. Only thing I have to do if they didn't get it or it's lost in translation, electronic translation, I can just forward them the email. But we do that with every, even when you buy, because I started making natural body moisturizers. So even when you buy that, you get a tax deductible receipt. You get you get an invoice, even when you buy a t-shirt from us, because everything we do is under the foundation. So even Dragon Media Productions, which is a program under the Fashion umbrella. So when you buy a t-shirt or anything created with the Cricut, that's tax deductible. We let you know how much of your t-shirt money was tax deductible. You get an invoice. You get an invoice with an invoice receipt with your item. You get a personalized thank you card from me, and you get a letter. And then in November, you get it all again. Now, whether they use it or not, I can't. That's not my
That's all right. We just want to make sure
I just make sure that they have it. And then if the IRS should ever say, well, did you send? I have it.
Okay, that's awesome. Awesome information. So we thank you, Sharon, for joining us. I know you put your email in. I know LaShonda says if you need help with course, she's an instructional designer and a course developer.
Oh my God, yes! I think this is how, because I used to teach at a college, but there was more about sponsorship and marketing. Okay. And that was just, I wouldn't even prepare. I would just go in and just be me. But this is a little bit different with the online university school. It's a lot different. So of course, yes, please share my information so she can call me.
You can go and make sure you're in Create Financial Solution Group. And okay. LaShonda is also in there. An image of every speaker is in there. Remember to go in and give what your takeaway is from each of these speakers. I've been having fun. I've been sitting here all day. I absolutely love you all. I see Carla. I hope I didn't mess your name up because, Elaine have the habit of messing people's name up. And don't offend it. Charge it to my I don't even know what to charge it to. But when you come here, you get a little crazy me. And we've been talking about my journey, migrating, my failed business. So if you all see this beautiful drape, that's back here. I made it. That's my failed business. That's the icon of my failed business. So we talk about that this morning. We have some We have the caregiver come in and talk to us. Okay, so Trinette said, charge it to my heart and not my head. Thank you, Trinette. That's why I love you all beautiful people. I didn't even take a break. I tried, it didn't work out. And Sharon, what does my shirt look like? What does the shirt look like? The shirt, the Tax Summit shirt. You didn't get it yet?
Hold on. They haven't arrived yet.
But did you get the graphics and stuff yet? So we're gonna be on Sharon's case because she was supposed to get us the shirts. So hopefully,
I have shirts, but you want a V-neck, right?
I don't know what I was getting. I was just told that what I was getting.
Right. Okay. So sidebar, y'all. Sidebar. This is how we do. This is how we're dealing with Shannon. This is how we do. So
it's this color, right?
I haven't seen them because somebody else ordered them and shipped them to me, and I'm just waiting.
Okay. So we're still waiting on the shirt. So I think about 3 people at the end of this summit. Not today. We're gonna get your address and we're gonna send you some shirts. Some people are gonna get some shirt because I'm gonna make sure that you all get the shirt. And thank you for those who got. Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome. Thank you. This is awesome.
It is. I absolutely love this. I feel like I could do this every day. I've been sitting here all day, okay? And if you know anything about Elaine, guess what happened? So you can turn your camera off, Sharon, and we're gonna get now I see Carla and I see Valerie and I see Nicole. And we're going to be wrapping up soon. So I have Valerie, Nicole, and Carla, and I know Vanessa is coming in at 4. But let me be transparent. I think I messed up somebody's time. Carla, did I mess up your time? Because I know I'm looking at my thing and it says we're supposed to have Valerie next, but I see Carla and I don't remember. Carla,
I was supposed to be 12.
Okay,
I know so that one 12:30, something like that. Pacific time.
Okay, so Carla, I know that I didn't mess up your time. So.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so that's not me because I thought that was going to be me. All right, so we have Valerie. So Valerie, if it's okay, we're going to do Carla first, and then you're going to come on because we have you for 3:30. So Carla might run a little over 3:30, and then you'll come right after Carla. Is that okay with you, Valerie?
Yep, that's fine. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud
okay,
and clear.
Good.
We can also see your beautiful face too.
Yeah, I just thought I'd pop in because I've been popping in and out. So I said, oh, it's close to time. So I wanted to be on time.
That's fine. And then, okay, so we're going to have Carla. Then we're going to have Valerie. Then I didn't see Vanessa yet, but I see Nicole. So it's going to be Carla, Valerie, Vanessa, Nicole. Oh, Vanessa says I'm here. Oh, Jesus, the queen is in the house. My digital coach is in the house. So she said she's here. You can, Cinderlou, can you bring Vanessa in as in the panelist so we know that we have everybody here? Oh, guys, thank you all so much. You can turn your camera off, Valerie. I'll let you know when you need to turn it on. And I talk so much I completely forget what I was gonna say. So we're gonna bring Carla in. So, all right. So Carla, how we do this? I do a little chit chat. Now we have 6 questions for you. We're gonna ask you if you answer correctly, the first 3, you don't get all 6. But for the most part is that most people have been doing well.
Okay.
So let's grab you because I'm gonna introduce. Oh, I absolutely love what Carla does. And Carla, I don't even know how I met you.
LinkedIn.
Okay. because I couldn't figure out who I met.
We didn't really meet. I just said yes.
Okay. I think I watched, I was looking at some stuff that you did.
I
and
did
stuff.
a video, yeah.
All right. Okay. So out of everybody, I'm at number, however how much. The only person that I probably did not meet before was Carla. So thank you so much for saying yes, Carla.
Oh yes, my pleasure.
The rest of them, we share a mutual friend. We are in some kind of community, and we might have passed and going. So we've been talking about my journey, migrating, learning QuickBooks. We talk about how bookkeeping is not sexy. We talk about how I hate bookkeeping, and that right here, if you can see it, that's my failed business. Forbes, Drapes, and More.
Yes.
Failed business. I've never told the story about it, but today I did. I told the full story about how my business actually failed.
Okay.
This start failing in 2008 when the market started to go down. So if you knew when the recession, that's when I lost my house.
Mm-hmm.
Market went down. The housing market was booming. People were doing custom drapery. I'd start my business in 2005. Thought I was doing everything right. I got $5,000 through Scores to start my business. I bought all the machinery. I had 5 sewing machines. Yes, I do know how to sew. I'm an accountant that knows how to sew. Hey, I use this side and this side. And that's why most time I get half the stuff that most people get done, because I'm like, okay. So some of us know what that is. And one of the things that I recognize, so that's why I actually love what Carla does. I've never seen somebody that does that. So I'm going to be writing down a lot of stuff. If you're in here and you're not a part of the group, make sure you go to the group, because all these speakers, their pictures in there. Make sure you comment on this stuff you learned. I love it. I learned a whole bunch of stuff. I know I'm going to go to the group and comment because I haven't had time to do it. So make sure you're part of the group and you do comment. Is that I did not do the SWOT analysis, and that only hit me this morning when I was in the shower. When I was thinking about it, that's one of the reasons. And this is something that I talk about all the time. It's not the first time I talk about my business, not planning. And this morning I was like, wow, SWOT analysis, the threats. We don't have control over the things that happen in the environment when it comes to our business. And if you plan correctly, you can know when something happened in the business, how to shift your business. Because people didn't need custom drapery, need me to make custom drapery, right? But what I could have done is start teaching them to make their own drapes, and I could have still been making money. So hindsight is 2020. So we're gonna go to the business psychologist. So we have 6 questions, and all right. So number 1 question is, were you prepared for the financial shift that happened when you hit 6-figure?
Mentally, yes.
Okay, so we got 2 so far. Are you involved with tracking your finances in your company?
Yes.
And what software are you using to track your finances?
Someone does it for me, and we meet every 2 weeks, and I believe they are just using Excel at the time.
Okay, so you're currently not using QuickBooks, correct?
No.
Okay.
Nope, fail. I'm not, I can't lie.
Wow, we've been mighty transparent all day, so don't worry, you're not the only one.
Good.
So you get all 6 questions.
It's okay.
And you'll probably get the extra questions too.
Okay.
Would you say, okay, so you're No, do you track charitable donation for your company?
I didn't hear yet that part.
Charitable donation, do you track it for your company?
Yeah, I mean, I track everything.
Okay.
Not being a nonprofit, so I'm not a nonprofit, but yeah, anything that comes in.
And I know you said you have someone doing your books, but do you know the kind of expense that are deductible and those that are not deductible?
Yes, vaguely. No, I do. I especially know the ones that are.
Okay, are you paying yourself?
Yes.
You take a paycheck. We don't mean just pull some money out of the company.
No, yeah. No, there's money for me.
Okay. We got to make sure we're getting it right. Would you say that every new business need to either hire or engage or consult with a bookkeeper, accountant, or tax person before they begin?
That would be smart.
She's a smart one. All right, so we got most of the questions. So when you hit six figure, what are some of the surprises, lessons? What are some of the things you learned that you can share with other new businesses?
Well, it's more or less saying that I would say this, it's not as hard as you think. And I hope that in my humble way, if I can say that. I understand the work that is put in and I understand what it takes, but it's doable. I want to say that. So if it's a goal for the company or your business, even if it's a small business, wherever you are, it's doable. Make sure you definitely have someone that you're working with, an accountant who is tracking what's happening, because you want to make sure at the end of it all that you're not caught up with taxes or different things that may hinder you. And keep striving for more. Don't just stop there. I do want to say that. Mine may not be as technical. And when I get a chance, I would love to explain a little bit more about what I do. So you understand why my answers are the way they are, is more of a mindset instead of technical. But I can do technical, but those are the things that just be ready for expansion and what that means for your business when it comes to that. It's good to have it, personally to say, but yet what does that mean for your business? Really do not stop there.
Okay, that is awesome. That is so I don't know much about psychology.
Yeah, it's okay. I can explain anytime you're ready.
No. So we talk about my migrating. So I'm a Jamaican. If you all don't get that by now, I'm a Jamaican. Well, we talk about psychology in Jamaica. We're talking about somebody trying to trick you.
Yes, I know. I think a lot of people think
that. You pulling a fast one on me. Right now, I just feel like you're pulling a fast one on me.
And that's the thing, the stigma behind psychology is because it has been used against so many of us people of color. So it is a hard pill to swallow. That, the benefits of a coach, the benefits of having someone with a psychology or psychotherapy or psychologist background, it is hard. And that's where I see that's what made me do what I do, because you don't see a lot of women, you don't see a lot of women of color, definitely, coaches and executive coaches. And so it's an opportunity to reverse that stigma that has been fed, and rightfully so. I mean, we've been tricked a lot, so it makes sense to feel that way.
Okay, so like I said, most people that was here, or most people that it's been in and out, I know it's a long day. I've been sitting here forever.
Yeah,
I have been water. And I try to steal out every now and again to go to the little girl's room. But
okay,
like it's my journey, your journey, and as most people have shared so far, is that most people say the same thing. Some people were not ready. Some people made some mistake. Some of us had failed business, and what I want to do now is that you have about 10 minutes. You're going to tell the people, because since, like me, some people are here who have no idea what is business psychology.
Yes.
So you're going to tell the
Okay.
people what you do. You can tell them how you can help them, and then you can share how they can reach out to you. Before I go, what I want to say, if you're here and you're not in the group, make sure you go over to the group, knock on the door, we'll let you in. Tell us what you get from these beautiful people. If you're not using QuickBook, if you have QuickBook and you still don't understand it, we need to talk. Somewhere in the chat, we have a link that you can schedule a time that we can talk. And we're going to have Miss Carla take it away right now.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is Carla Michelle. Actually, that's my middle name. Carla Michelle is my middle name. I don't use my last name per se. Just to give you a little background, it's my ex-husband's last name. So that's why I kind of just do Carla Michelle. But I think it's great because Carla means strong and Michelle is godly, and it's actually strong, the woman version of Charles. So it's like strong, godly woman. And I like that. So Carla Michelle it is. What I do is I'm an executive coach with a psychotherapy background. Academically, I have a undergrad in business, master's in marriage and family therapy with African American family studies as the focus, and then my PhD coursework was in business psychology and in the consulting branch of it. So what I do is coach executives who are high performers. What I mean by high performers are those like yourselves who are focused on breaking through any barriers that they have in their life that is hindering them in growing their business. But I don't just tap into business side of you. I tap into your life side, meaning how are you relating to your family while your business is growing? How are you relating to your team while your business is growing? What are there any aspects that any gaps that we need to fill that are hindering you from believing that you can accomplish? So with that in mind, I use the opportunity to kind of dig a little. So when Elaine was talking about, it's kind of trickery, there is that I'm not tricking. But what I do is, because I don't go in as a therapist and I'm not a licensed therapist, I just have thousands of hours behind therapy. But what I do is we talk and I hear what you're saying. I hear how you talk about your business. I hear how you talk about yourself. And that gives me insight on why you are, believe it or not, why you are not where you want to be. I have clients with goals in the millions. And it's funny, it's not about the hard work they do that's stopping them, because they work hard. It's about their mindset, and it's about their emotional ties with their past. Like one person is in a certain field that involves sales, and finding out that the person that they would sell to was like their mother figure, someone who reminded them of their mother and the struggle that their mother had, and their thing was to always help that kind of client. Well, that kind of client, we all have different kind of clients, but the ideal client for her was not someone who was struggling if she had these goals that she had. We did not steer her away from that type of client, but we did work on directing her on how she can get that client that she knows is the ideal client to go where she wants to go. So we work through stuff like that. And now, some great things are happening, some great, I would give it away if I said what they bought, just in case they see this, but I don't want to share too much because I am confidential. But that is just the gist of how I work at breaking the mindset hindrances that stop you from doing and being and accomplishing what you want to do in your life. So that's what I do. So business psychology is the psychology behind business, behind your sales, behind your clients, behind the way you think about your business, strategizing. Yes, SWOT analysis, your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. We go through that. And so you have an understanding of where that is. That's just one thing because of Elaine mentioned it. But it's also, hiring staff, the kind of person that you hired, your team that you work with, or your volunteers that work with you. What kind of people or what kind of personality works well with what you're trying to accomplish? A lot of times we hire people, but they're not a fit. We hire people we know, which is great. We want to help someone. But if you want to expand your business, you have to get to the point where you know the kind or type of person that would help you expand. And that's key. So we work on that. So the psychology behind anything that has to do with business. And then what I do is throw in the psychotherapy side of business, and then what in you is holding you back from understanding what you need. And I know it's 10 minutes, so I'm gonna slow down here, but you can reach me at I have drcarlainc.com. That is a website, and I'll make sure to, I'm looking at the screen because I have two screens going here. I'll make sure I put that in, Dr. Carla, drcarlainc.com. It is a current website. I'm about to release an updated website in probably next week. We're meeting today. And I am on Instagram, Miss Carla Michelle, and that's a motivational thing that I do, Monday Minutes, and I just it's really relaxed. And I'm also on LinkedIn at Carla Michelle. And I do have a Facebook group, the Strong Women's Network. And the Strong Women's Network is based off of strong, meaning S is for strategic, T is for talented, R is for resilient, O is optimistic, and N is necessary. So I believe if you're strategic in what you do, you realize what your talents are, you're focused on being resilient and optimistic in anything that faces you. And one thing for sure, you've got to know you're necessary. You're not needed, because needed is for the moment, but necessary is a lifetime. And then if you are STRONG, strategic, talented, resilient, optimistic, and necessary, the G is for global. And global, if it's not the world in which you want to impact, it's at least your world. So that's the Strong Women's Network. I also have a podcast called the Strong Women's Network, and it's on iTunes and Spotify and Google, whatever you listen to, it should be there if you look up the Strong Women's Network podcast. And that is a little bit about me, and that is probably 10 minutes. And oh yeah, thank you. See it. And she is not back yet. So hey, there she is. Did I do okay? That was 10 minutes.
You did fine. You did fine.
Trying to respect time.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you for coming, guys. You wouldn't even understand how I feel inside now to have been here with all of you wonderful ladies, to have you share. And this is like I said, it's a new perspective to business. Never seen it before. I can't remember seeing business psychologists before. Yeah. But this is really awesome. And you can put your web address. You could go ahead and put your web address in this. Guys, if you have any question, feel free to reach out to Carla Michelle and make sure she is on social media. Find her and follow her. She has I've seen some stuff that she's done, and I'm like, okay, this is new. So we are taking it down to the end of the day, and let's see who is up. And remember Remember, if you want more information, we're going to have a webinar next Tuesday. Thank you so much for those who are joining. Thank you, Joy. So we'll see some people coming on in. Next Tuesday, we're going to have a webinar, and we're going to share in detail why some people did not get the PPP or the PPE loan. We're going to talk about that, and you'll get the details of that. So we want to make sure that the link is in for the webinar, so make sure you do. So right now we are going to go ahead and get Miss Valerie. Is she still here? Or did she just, oh, yeah, she's here. Miss Valerie, you can come on camera.
Hey, Elaine, how are you?
I am good. So let's listen. So before I talk to Miss Valerie, I know some of you saying, what in her? She's been going all morning with the same energy. She is not slowing down.
Okay, NutriBurst. Okay.
I got my NutriBurst. I took a shot of my NutriBurst. Okay, I did. I took a shot of my NutriBurst because I know that I was going all day. So I know I needed to have something to keep me going. So we are going to introduce to you right now. I know the people are hearing you. When you work from home, you have the husband, the children, and first of all, you're not going to call us no distraction. Can you hear her? I'm sure everybody just heard you. You don't disrespect us like that. We've been quiet in the background. I didn't say you are. Okay, so Miss Valerie, you know, COVID has taught us to put up with everybody in the background. So I'm sure all of us have that experience, especially, like I said, I'm glad my kids were not young during this time. Praise the Lord. I lift my hat to all those who had young children, but I know I couldn't do it. So Valerie Ashford was introduced to me by Dakisha. Yes. Was introduced to me by Dakisha. I know we spend a couple of conversation back and forth, Valerie. I know she said, I don't like how my picture look. I'm like, how do your picture look? That was funny because I'm like, okay, so she said she is multi-faced in her role as a coach, speaker, and a consultant. She's a certified professional coach. She assists women through life changes, transition. I think, I know you said you're a transition coach, right?
Yes, career transition coach. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I saw it, I'm like, so those are the two titles that I'm like, okay, the business psychology and the transition coach. So we're gonna learn some stuff because I know it's not often that we see the transition coach. And let's make sure that we got everything that what I want to tell you about Valerie. I don't tell you everything because I don't want you to sit there and calculate.
Yeah, don't read all that stuff.
I don't read all that stuff. I'm gonna look to see.
Yeah, don't read all that stuff.
No. We don't tell you everything because she's gonna tell you some of this stuff. All right. So she says if you have any roadblock and you're ready, she's ready.
Yes, absolutely.
So I know you've been here, you've been back and forth, you've been in and out of here. So you must have heard some of the questions, but we're still going to ask you them. And you know that the questions, if you get it right, we don't ask you all of them. We don't tell you what the right answer is. So we're going to start with a question. Number one is, were you or are you prepared for the financial shift that happens when you hit six figures?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank you, Elaine, for having me today. I have been popping in and out, as you said, and I said, let me log on for good this time when it was closer to me to come on for the interview or discussion. But yeah, to answer your question, in preparing to go to six figures, I can say that my mind is prepared for that. And I know that with any transition that you're going to make, there's always like a lot of issues. It can be challenging. Change can be challenging. And that's what I assist women through, mainly women through, and particularly in career transitions. So in any of the transitions that we have, and including those when we're going to the next level, meaning that we're going to six figures, there is first and foremost one thing that you need to get prepared, and that is your mind. And the mind is so vast, and death and life are in the power of the tongue. So you have to get prepared for that in going to any level. It can be health goals, life goals, business goals, going from 3, 4, 5 figures, going to the next level. The first thing in that is conquering that mindset, that internal dialogue, those 6 inches between these the ears, to get that right. So to answer your question, yes, got the mind right to go to the next level.
Okay, number 2 is, are you tracking your business finance, your company? Yes, your business finances.
Yes, I am.
What are you using to track your business finances?
Honestly, I'm old school. I use Excel, and I also use good old handy dandy paper and pencil. And of course, our banking systems are so sophisticated now, and they're robust. So I'm able to even pull down items, for my statements, and then plug them in or whatever into Excel. So that's the way that I'm doing it now. I have a combo of going old school and then trying to be sophisticated with Excel.
You're not the only one. So I was kind of doing a tally. I think I will tell you the amount of people that is still using Excel, still using the old way. And then we have some people using QuickBooks. So you're not using QuickBooks.
No.
Okay, so we're going to skip that other question because you're not using QuickBooks.
Okay.
Do you track charitable donation by your company?
I do track them. When I make them, I do track them. And again, the old-fashioned way, and so by hand, and then also with Excel, because I believe in having 2 systems in case one fails.
Okay, and said you're using. Okay, do you know what expense are deductible and what are not?
Pretty much I do, but I lean on my CPA. I lean heavily on him. I do trust him. However, I do check. I keep up. I'm reading Bloomberg and a number of the other financial newspapers and just news in general. So I try keeping up with it. But I do have a CPA that keeps me on my toes,
Okay.
and I trust him. And I think every business owner should have someone like that in their corner. But of course, keep up with it as well, so you're not thrown off kilter or whatever when it comes to things.
All right, last question.
Okay.
So, are there any mistakes, lessons you've learned on your business journey that you want to share with the people like you?
Yeah, well, one of the things, I guess maybe several things that I would suggest on this business journey is to take advantage of things like this summit that you're having. It's been a lot of valuable information from what I've heard. I've learned a lot, and I'll be excited to get the recording when it's available. But that's one of the things that I recommend, is having a community of people that you can reach out to, get your systems in place. And systems meaning not only the physical systems, like as in our laptops and everything that we need to run our businesses, but then also having people in place too, like the CPAs, our business advisors, so forth and so on, having those things. And then also taking advantage of things that we can get for free, like from the Small Business Administration. I receive emails all the time for seminars that they're having. You sign up for them and they're free. And then also they offer free advisors as well. So that's one of the things that I would say to do, is to take advantage of everything that you can business related as it relates to the business that you are running. Also in that is just making sure that you have like the communities. There are a lot of Facebook communities where you can learn a lot of information from. There's just so much here for us, and particularly as women, that we can learn while running our businesses. And I know, things cost, but there are a lot of free things out there that help us to go to the next level.
Thank you so much for that advice. But what we're going to do now is, and now that you can answer all the questions, what we're going to do now, we're going to give you the opportunity, because I know there's somebody out there. I know you hint on what you do. It's that you're going to tell us what you do, how you can help us, and also how we can reach you. You have 10 minutes, approximately 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah. So the way that I help women is through life changes. I assist high achieving women, typically those who are making at least $100,000. They're making six figures. And these women are those that are overwhelmed. They may be burnt out, unfulfilled in their careers. And I support them by transitioning them from a place of overwhelm to a place of overjoy. So in that role, I'm doing it as a coach. So I offer individual coaching, and I also offer group coaching sessions as well. I have a course that's coming out, and then in the past, I've done some workshops. I'm working on one now, and then I also have a group coaching program that's coming out as well. As a matter of fact, it's already out. You can get in contact with me by emailing me at info@valerieashfordbrown.com, and that's VALERIE, ValerieAshfordBrown.com, info@valerieashfordbrown.com to get the information on the group coaching program. But it's Reignite Your Purpose there. And again, assisting women through life changes. I typically deal with women who are more mature, or over 40, and then also they may have been stay-at-home moms like me. I was a stay-at-home mom for nearly 15 years, then went back into the workforce, and then that's how I found my calling of being a coach. Because when I got into the workforce, I just found so many unhappy women, and then I began coaching them, having those water cooler conversations, and and then found out, okay, so I really like this thing, and I found out that it was actually called coaching. But so yeah, that's what I do with the side for women. For teams and organizations, I am a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, so I have that as well. And then also change management. And change management goes in with all of this, because like I said, as individuals, we go through change, and then in our businesses, we go through change. So I support teams, organizations, and individuals as a whole, through change. As far as, and thank you, Michelle, for putting that in the chat for me. Thank you very much. As far as where you can reach me, I am mainly on LinkedIn and Facebook as Valerie Ashford Brown. And then also I'm on Instagram at Val Brown Speaks. And I can put it in there too, or either Michelle, one of you. Thank you for being my sister. This is good. And then also on Twitter as @Val Brown Speaks. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Twitter and Instagram is @Val Brown Speaks, and Facebook, Valerie Ashford Brown, also LinkedIn, Valerie Ashford Brown. I also have a podcast. It's called Women Boldly Living Podcast. I'm always looking for guests. So if anyone is interested, let me know. Basically, I feature women who have decided that it's not too late and they're not too old to be what they might have been. So I've showcased women who are in business and who've just decided to really start living and stop merely existing. And I also have a Women of Color empowerment initiative where I am matching women with the employment gap, or I should say wage gap, to companies that want to hire women of color. So I just started that initiative as well. And then lastly, I would say I'm excited about my book. I have a book coming out hopefully by the end of the summer, by the end of August, and it is called Rise Up. So I'm excited about that book as well. And then, yeah, Michelle, so the name of my podcast is Women Boldly Living. That's the name of the podcast. And I think that is all for me. I'm excited about the work that I do. I'm excited about the group coaching program that I have coming up. It's absolutely amazing. I set up a complimentary discovery call with women. And when we do that, I've had my clients tell me that the pre-work that I give them for the assessment call is transformation in itself. So I'm excited about the work I do, excited about going to the next level. And thanks again, Elaine, for having me here today. And I think that's all I have. Elaine, did I answer all your questions?
I did she answer all your question, people? I have one question though.
Sure.
Diversity, equity, inclusion. What is that?
Yeah, so diversity, equity, and inclusion is basically in corporations, assisting them in becoming a more diverse organization. It's gotten even more popular now due to the social injustices that we've had here in the United States. And really, you know, what happened with Mr. Floyd, and it just sparked interest, and then it just sparked like the global protests and everything across the world. So in my role there, I assist companies to remove those roadblocks so that they can have a more inclusive company culture, meaning that they're hiring Blacks and really Blacks, and then people of color too, to make their organization more diverse. And then on the equity piece, we get into organizations a lot of times and they will say, well, we have X number of Blacks employees or whatever, but then we don't have an equal seat at the table. So that's where the equity piece comes in. And then also inclusion. It's almost like diversity, you are invited to the party, but inclusion is where you're actually invited and then asked to dance. So yeah, that's what I do.
Okay. So this has something to do with equal opportunity?
Yeah, similar. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. I know what all of that is, but I want to make sure that I'm not, you know, taking it, you know, but that is awesome. That is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
With the social injustice, has that shift your business in terms of getting more business because more people are looking for
Yes.
diverse
for consultants. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Because I do freelance consulting with organizations, with companies who want to become more diverse. So we set up strategy. I do cultural assessments, meaning that I go in and look at, okay, so you say that you want to be more diverse, but what does your senior leadership look like? And then if it's, you know, all, you know, white, we work on a plan to make it more diverse. And for instance, like with handling, or I should say hiring talent, we will look at them maybe going out to historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, gotcha. And hiring them. And then once we hire them, or once they hire them, work on a plan to maintain, because we're all women here, and we know that for a lot of us, we're leaving the workforce because we're not represented. And we have a lot of degrees and everything. Like I have a master's degree, I have a certification from Georgetown University, and I have one from Cornell. But a lot of times we have all these education and stuff, but we don't move up the ladder like we want to. So that's why a lot of us are entrepreneurs. So that's part of what I do. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. It's funny because a couple of weeks ago I did a summit with the next person that's coming up, Vanessa Collins. My, everybody needs a Vanessa in their book, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody need a Vanessa in their life. I could
Right.
talk the rest of the summit about Vanessa, but we ain't gonna do that because she's got to speak. But here is something that you said. The reason why a lot more women are going into business, and it's also, do you also deal with like the wage inequality, or this is just for the employment?
You know, I just started a Women of Color Empowerment Initiative, and it does deal with the wage gap. And the reason
Okay.
I started that is because I was one. In my coaching, I'm often the person that I coach. So in other words, I walked a mile in these women who I coach with now, transitioning. You know, I've been in that where I transitioned from being a stay-at-home mom. I went back into corporate. Then I went back to school in midlife. It took me 5 years to complete my master's degree because I had family. I had big girl bills. You know what I mean? So it was really tough, but I'm also a firm believer in finishing what I started. I have 2 girls who are 14 months apart. I call them my Irish twins. And I knew that they were watching me, right? So I said, I started this degree and I need to finish it out and get the degree because I'm just that kind of person where I finish what I start. So in you talking about that wage gap, yes, because I was that woman who worked for a corporation for a long time, and I knew that with my life experience and with my education, I was not being paid what I was worth. So I assist women now in really getting paid what they're worth and finding that quote unquote perfect work for them, because a lot of us have these talents, we have these skills, we have these abilities. We know we're brilliant. And sometimes it's hard to bring that value to corporate because let's face it, everybody is not designed to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is hard. It's not for the faint at heart. It's hard. And there is a place, I think, for those of us who want to stay in corporate and become like entrepreneurs, you know, like those that are in corporate, but then they also have a job. So I do focus on that and assisting women and getting paid, at least going out and getting paid what they're worth. And even with that, there's still a wage gap. But one of the things that I'm going to be quiet, one of the things one of the things that I've noticed too, I can leave this tip with us as women, that I've noticed in my work, we dumb down who we are and what we're doing and what we're capable of. Let's say, for instance, in an application that we're going to apply for a job, we will see that and we will look at it and say, oh, I don't meet all the qualifications, and we won't apply. But then men will see that same application and the qualifications, and they will meet maybe 50% of it, maybe even less, and still apply for the job. So that's one of the things that I will leave with you, is that us as women just know that we are brilliant and we need to walk in that brilliance and apply for things. So yes, to answer your, that was a long answer to get to your to get to your answer of yes, I do work with the wage gap within women, yeah, in my coaching.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Valerie. I can't say thank you enough. Thank you. Thank you. It was awesome having you.
Yeah. And Elaine, let me add this. If the guests would want to, or the participants would want to, or listeners, I should say, want to get on my email list, I call it on my insider list, you can text change 2020 to 474747. There are 2 gifts there for you if you text change 2020, and I can put it here. Text change
awesome
2020 to 474747. I think that's right. Yes.
I think Michelle had
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Michelle is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. You're such an awesome person, making sure that we staying on top of stuff. Thank you. And I want to give a big shout out to Cindy Lou. Thank you, Valerie. You can turn your
You're
camera
welcome.
off.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Take
Now,
care.
guys, I need Cindy Lou to go to sleep. Cindy Lou has been here since 10 a.m. As a matter of fact, since 9:30. Cindy Lou is all the way in Australia. She is already in July 15th. So she is on the last day to file her taxes. She's in July 15th. Thank you, Cindy Lou, for hanging. New Zealand. What did I say? Australia. Oh my goodness. Cindy Lou just wrapped it in. You know. All right, so guys, thank you all. Little crazy, but I'm all right. And Cindy Lou will understand. And my daughter was shouting was saying New Zealand, New Zealand. So guys, I have the pleasure of introducing my coach, Miss Vanessa Collins. Come on camera, Miss Vanessa. Where are you? I don't see you, Miss Vanessa. I'm looking for you. Oh my goodness, your camera is all dark. What's going on? All right, I don't know, but I'm waiting on Miss Vanessa. So I know Vanessa did. We're gonna introduce. All right, so Vanessa, I don't know if you're hearing. Let me see if I can unmute you. Okay, it seemed like I can't. What's going on? Now, isn't this ironic? The queen of digital marketing. Computer is spinning on her. Can you imagine that? Oh my goodness, that's just crazy. Can you hear us? Let us know that you can hear us. We're gonna wait for you. We're gonna wait for you. There she is. There she is. What happened?
Oh my goodness. So that's what happens when you're like multitasking and trying to do too much stuff. And Elaine, you would appreciate this. I was like, oh, okay. I got a chance to send this letter out in Kartra. And of course, I pulled up all this stuff and it's like, ah.
Oh, that is awesome. All right. So I met Vanessa 4 years ago. And you know, I have to tell a story, okay? Because I love telling story. I'm visual. I like example and I love story. So we talk about the failed business, which is the drape right here. That's the significance of the drape. It just happened. But I met Vanessa 4 years ago. When I met Vanessa, my husband business just got certified as a DBE and an MBE. And we were at the beginning of starting the business. And what happened is that I needed a website. And for me, I am not that person. I do groups, but for me, most of it, I need that one person that's saying, do this, do this, do this. And I ask a whole bunch of questions. And Vanessa will tell you she knows when I'm a good student, don't Vanessa?
Excellent. The best, the best.
So what happened is that I needed a website, and we were in a group together, and asked her if she can help me with a website. So yes, I hired her to teach me how to build a website. Yes, and from that day forward, I was baptized Vanessa in Vanessa's camp. So she is, when I met her, she's a digital, I'm not even going to read what she sends me or tell you what she says, but I will tell you what I know from her. Vanessa is that person that if you have something to implement and it has anything to do with digital marketing, she is going to make sure she over delivers. She over delivers. She makes sure you get it done. And I've been with her since 2016. I don't see myself going anywhere anytime soon. But my coach, because I know we go back and forth with certain things, especially when it comes to pricing. I say, I do this, and she said, you can't do that. And I say to her, you can't do that. So it's always good to be in your presence, Miss Vanessa, and I'm so grateful to have you as one of my panelists. So I'm still going to ask the sixth question because that's what
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
doing here.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if you answer all the first three right, then you get to talk about your business and you don't get all six. But so we're going to start with the number one question that we asking for today is, were you or are you prepared for the financial shift that happens when you get to six figure?
I was prepared.
Three, we got three guys, three
Yeah.
people.
Yes, I was prepared.
Okay. Are you involved in tracking your finances for your company?
Absolutely. You have to know your numbers. You have to know where you are for the day, for the week, for the month, for the quarter, for the year. Uh, Only what you measure. If you don't measure it, then you're not really going to work on it. You're not going to focus on it. And I find that with goals all the time, I am not the best when it comes to goals sometimes, because I'll come up with all these great goals and then I won't look at it anymore. But when it comes to the numbers don't lie. Your best accountability partner, and this is something that Coach Danielle Winningham, kind of taught us. That was, I got to give honor to the coach,
Yes.
to the coach that brought you and I together, Elaine.
Yes.
But one of the things that she taught us, and it's just really true, your number one accountability partner is your bank account, your PayPal account, your Stripe account, whatever your income account is. And if you are not tracking those numbers, if you are not meeting with those numbers on a regular basis, your business is going to get away from you.
That is awesome. So we're going to ask you, what software or what are you using to track your numbers?
I'm a QuickBooks girl. We've been doing QuickBooks for years, and I actually have someone else that does QuickBooks for us now. But and I have my backup spreadsheet. I use Excel. I have my Excel, but the official record is in QuickBooks.
That is awesome. And I know you said you have someone that does it for you. Did you try it? Did you use it at any point? You trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I've set up QuickBooks. Our church used to use QuickBooks,
Okay.
so I've set up QuickBooks for, startup nonprofit organizations, and I'm able to go in and look at mine and see, okay, that makes sense, that doesn't make sense. Ooh, where did this come from? But yeah, I love QuickBooks.
So, guys, you've seen on here, we had people who, after 3 days, decide to get a professional. We have people who set it up for other people, not doing it herself, but at least know how to use it. So we have a vast variety of people who have been making sure that they track their expense and they use the software, and that's QuickBook we're talking about. So remember, if you're not using QuickBook, if it frustrates you, if you're overwhelmed, if you're not categorizing, if you don't understand your chart of account, we need to talk. And the link is somewhere in the chat, so make sure you schedule a time. And also, we're having a free webinar next Tuesday. Make sure you go and register for the webinar. We're going to talk about the 3 reasons why some people were denied for the PPPE loan. So, Miss Vanessa, let's go back to the question. What shift could you make that would bring more ease to your business in relation to your finances?
Ooh, what shift can I make? So one of the things that I am working on and implementing is the profit first process or
Three people
whatever.
now mention it. You're the third person on this seminar, this summit that mentioned Profit First.
Oh, if you have not read Profit First by Mike Michalowicz, I think is his name.
Yes.
It is absolutely awesome. It will get the Audible, okay, because he's really entertaining to listen to. But get the Audible and listen to it. Just, I listen to audiobooks when I am folding clothes. That is kind of, my education time. But listen to Profit First. It is absolutely amazing. And I think for me, that is the biggest shift that I'm looking forward to really implementing going forward over the next 6 months is, making sure money's in the right categories, making sure I'm prepared for taxes. That is probably one of the um, biggest shifts that you have to prepare for when you hit 100K. Um, and the other thing is 100K is not as much money as it sounds. When you look at the expenses and the things that it takes to get there. But once you start hitting 100K, unless you have, some really interesting deductions, you have to be prepared now to pay taxes from your business. And that could be a big shift for some people, is the fact that, April 15th is not, is not you getting a refund from the free money that you lent to the government all year. It becomes the time where you have to pay for, that business that you so profitably and successfully ran the past year.
And just to what Vanessa says, April 15th is not when you start preparing your records.
Yeah.
It's not even January 1st. You should have been preparing the whole year before. So when you hit April 15th, you would have when, and as a matter of fact, it's not April 15th. If you have a business, it's not April 15th.
Right, it's March
15th.
Right.
It is March 15th. So that is awesome, Vanessa. So since you got the questions right, we're going to give you the opportunity to now tell us what you do, how you can help the people, and why you have a believer out of Elaine, and then your contact information. So take it away. You have about 10 minutes, because we're winding down. We have one more speaker, so you can
All right. Well, I will stay within my time. And again, Elaine, thank you so much for having me as part of your summit. I am honored. Well, I help aspiring writers and small business owners monetize their messages. And that could be through writing and publishing their books. That could be through using digital marketing in the appropriate way. Every business owner should have publications, that intellectual property packaged in such a way that they can distribute it easily to their ideal audience, to their clients. So that could be in the form of books and workbooks and audiobooks and ebooks, as well as coaching programs, online classes, membership programs, mentorship programs, certification programs, all these different products and services that you can develop from your message. So that is one of the things that I help people do. And then as I was trying to figure out how to grow my publishing company, I ran into this thing called digital marketing. It started probably around 2006, 2007. I ran in on the internet streets, as um, April Beverly calls it. I ran into this gentleman called Ed Dale, named Ed Dale, and he is out of Australia, I believe. And he was talking about how to make your first dollar online. And that was just super intriguing to me, to be able to make money from using the internet. And, you know, if you can imagine the internet 2006, 2007, you know, that was like 100 years ago in terms of technology. Things were a lot different, but still kind of the same. The internet provided a way for you to get in front of an audience that you normally could not get in front of. And so, as I started that journey of learning how to use digital marketing to grow my publishing company, I found that there were a lot of entrepreneurs, particularly women over 50, who wanted to have an online business, but just could not get all these things straight: emails, autoresponders, funnels, social media posts, just all of these digital marketing pieces. And so as I started learning, I started sharing that knowledge with others. I ended up being certified under Ryan Dice because there's just so many things out there, and they're all so interconnected. And so when you think about digital marketing, it can seem overwhelming, and there are a ton of pieces. It really is a lot of pieces. But just like anything else, you've learned a ton of complicated things before. You can learn the technology that you need to know for your business. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, let's just outsource that. I don't want to be bothered with knowing that stuff. Let me stay in my lane. Let me do what I do. And my thought on that is a little different than mainstream coaches. I think that you need to know how to operate every area of your business. Now, you may outsource it once you know how to do it. And I don't mean you have to be an expert in it, but you need to know how to do things so that you are never held up because of someone else. That you don't look around one day and your whole business has been, taken from you because you didn't stay on top of things. And I know that may sound crazy, but I want you to think about the music industry. And this is one of the things that I think about just a lot. And, my heart goes out to some of the musical geniuses, particularly in our community, that, lost everything, did all this work, and found out that they had nothing because they didn't know accounting. They didn't know basic accounting things. It goes back to knowing your numbers. And, they were told, oh no, you just get out there and sing. You sing, you do the concerts, you do all of that, and you let us handle the numbers. How many stories have you heard of musicians and just, you know, people in the entertainment industry that lost everything because the crooked accountant, ran away with their money? How could that happen? It happened because they were not on top of their business. So my one word for you today, as Elaine gets ready to come back on, is to make sure you stay on top of the finances in your business. Know about your money. Know where it's coming from. When it comes to digital marketing, you need to track stuff. What's working in your business? Are your emails working? Are your social media posts working? Did the Facebook event that you posted, did that get people in? And the only way you're going to know that is you're going to have to dig in and do some tracking. You're going to have to learn how to do some of these digital marketing pieces. It is going to be so important. As we build these empires, protect your empire. Protect your empire. And the best way for you to protect your empire is to know where your money is.
Awesome, Ms. Vanessa. Thank you so much. But you didn't tell the people how to find you.
Okay, well, you can find me on all social media. I am Vanessa Collins. We have an amazing uh, challenge coming up. If you are looking to figure out what your next best-selling book is going to be about, and let me give you a hint, it's not about what you want to write about, it's what your clients want. What are they asking for? We have an amazing social research mastery challenge that's happening July 20th. And you can go to my5daychallenge.com. That's the number 5, my5daychallenge.com. And come and join us for this 5-day free challenge.
And I can tell you, when you do Vanessa's 5 days challenge, you get some good nuggets. Okay, you get some good nuggets. So we want to put that in the screen, in the chat, so that we can make sure that everybody gets that. Guys, thank you so much, Ms. Vanessa, for for sharing with us. And guys, like we said, we've been saying it all day. We as Black people, we as Black women, we got to make sure that we get the resource so we can grow our business. When I did the research, when I was on Vanessa's challenge summit, and I did a research, it says that we're the fastest. We do like 90% of small business. It's women, right? So we got to make sure that once we make the money, we got to keep it. We got to track it. We got to know where it's going. We got to know where it's coming from. And I know I talked about this earlier, is that not all money that comes in your business is revenue. So you have to also watch that. Not all expense are deductible. Not because you spend it means that it is deductible. Another thing that I find with business owners is that they think their business, they don't recognize that their business is a separate entity from them. And we talked earlier about commingling. We talk about having a bank account. We're going to talk a little bit more about bank account after we have the last speaker. But thank you so much, Vanessa. Is there one thing that you can share with these people, one lesson that you learned that you can share with these people before you go away?
The one lesson is make sure, if you're struggling with figuring out how to track your finances, get some help. Get some help. Don't wait until something comes up and you need financial records and you're trying to figure out on the last day, how do I get these financial records together? Reach out to Elaine now. Don't wait. Don't wait.
I didn't pay her for that, guys.
No, just don't wait. Be prepared. I mean, if someone, if an angel investor came up to you right now, and I mean, guys, this is a really interesting time in our history, in our community. And so if an angel investor came up to you today and was like, listen, I want to invest $500,000 in your business. My lawyer will, I just need some of the basic records. Do you have a balance sheet? Do you have a profit and loss statement? Do you have a cash flow statement? If you don't have those things, if your answer is no, then you need to reach out to Elaine. Elaine, what's the link?
The link is here. It's a long link, so I don't want to mess it up. But the link is is actually in the chat, and I'm gonna make sure that I send the link again to you all. And then listen, as Vanessa says, first of all, Vanessa, you said if they don't have those things. When I ask people, do you have a balance sheet, and they ask me a balance what? If you asking a balance what, do you have a profit and loss? He says a profit and what? Do you have a cash flow statement? And you said cash what? If any of those things, even if you, because I've had people who said I have QuickBooks for years and it's all messed up. You need to talk to me from yesterday. You didn't need to do summit. You need to talk to me from yesterday. So thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you. Vanessa was also one of those persons when I started online says, Elaine, why don't you do QuickBooks? Why don't you? And I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But you know how things as a way of making a full circle. Full circle. Yes, Vanessa says, why don't you do QuickBook? And I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But sometimes the things that we don't want to do are the things that we should be doing. And with that says, I'm going to leave my last story for the end. So I have the honor of having Miss Nicole Johnson. I met Nicole last year, and I guess we probably were in a group. Look at her. She coming with her cutest self right now. Thank you, Nicole, for coming on in. And I have no clue what Nicole does. I'm going to be transparent with you. I have no clue what she does. She talks about prescription and profit. But here's something about me. I don't like prescription. The minute you start talking about prescription, that means doctor, that means hospital, that means medication. So I kind of, don't like the word prescription, but that's what she did. She said she's a revenue cyclist. She talks to medical people about profit. I don't know how the two fits together because they don't really make sense to me. But just to be transparent, Nicole is my client, and that's how I met her. So, Nicole, we're going to ask you the questions. You got to answer. And let's find the questions. So what it is, we have 6 questions. If you answer the first 3 right, you don't get to ask the rest. If you don't, you get the 6th question plus extras.
Oh.
Okay, so number 1, were you or are you prepared for the financial shift that will happen when you hit 6-figure?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know why she's been absolutely over there. Are you involved with tracking your company finances?
Absolutely.
I know. That's number 4, guys. Okay. Do you know which expenses are deductible and which are not?
Absolutely.
She just be absolutely. Do you track charitable donation? You might not be doing donation, but
I do.
Okay. All right.
I do and do them, and I do track them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you use to track your income and expense? Let's hear it now. Let's hear it.
Okay, so prior to Elaine, I'm a good old-fashioned pen and paper girl. I got a
calculate and everything. But because of Elaine, I now use QuickBooks services because that's what she told me to do. And I'm one of those people that have had QuickBooks forever. It's not messed up, it's empty. How about that? Wasn't messed up. She had a clean slate. It was empty. I was like, oh nah. So, but now because of Elaine, you know, I don't know what it looked like. Whatever she said it looked like, I look at the end result. I do look at the end result.
Okay. So, what is one of the things that you would say to business owner now that you have QuickBooks and like you said, it was empty because nothing was in it. What's one of the things that you learn that you can say to other business owner? This is something that I learned. This is what you need to do when it comes to your finances.
So when it comes to the finances, I would say that you have to make sure that you are one tracking, as everybody has said from what I've heard, but also understanding where you need to cut expenses because everything that we buy isn't necessary to run our business. And if we have more going out than we have coming in, we only have an expensive hobby. Ooh, ooh. I hit a toe, didn't I? I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Because if you don't, again, if your expenses are exceeding your income, you just really, by the IRS declaration, have a very expensive hobby. And so I would say that that is what, as a business owner, one of the things that I had to learn, sometimes the hard way, but tracking my expenses has been the biggest help. For services that I use and systems that I buy, I found out the hard way that some of those systems were overlapping and I didn't need them both. So I had to find out and figure out which one was the most effective for my business and get rid of the other one so that I could stop wasting money on a system that really wasn't serving my needs.
That is so powerful, Nicole, because I've said that all the time, that sometimes we don't recognize that you said it, overlapping, having stuff that overlap, because most of these systems, they overlap, and as business owner we have to pay attention to that. Would you say it is very important to understand your financial statement, your profit and loss balance sheets?
Absolutely. It's just like before we become business owners, our money habits are developed from the way we run our household. So if you're running your household haphazardly, you're going to run your business haphazardly. So it is important to know, where's my money coming from? So your sources of income is, how many do you have? How often do they come in? Because it is the foundation of when your money should be going out, how often it should be going out. How do you sit down and take care of your expenses? Are your expenses on auto pay? Are your expenses, do you have to actually write a check for it? Are you paying a check on time? Are you paying it at the last cutoff moment? You know, so all of that is valuable. And especially if you are a solopreneur, you're the one who's running the show and you don't have a whole system or a team in place. It can be challenging, but sometimes we have to decide, am I going to keep paying these late fees over here? Or am I going to I'm going to invest in myself and my business to help me get on track and be ahead of the game and not behind the curve?
Awesome. And the next question, which is probably going to be the last question, are you paying yourself in your business?
Not all the time. As a new business owner, because I'm in a different situation, and I'll explain that. So by the time this is over, Elaine's going to know what I do and how I do it. But I currently work a full-time job, so I use my full-time job income as what supports me in my household. I use my business income to support my business because it is steadily growing. So in the beginning, as a growing entrepreneur, you have to determine what expenses do you need to pay on a regular basis, and sometimes that cuts out your salary. Some people do it differently. It's what works for me. And that's a choice that I have made, because I want, by the time I position myself to fire my boss, I want everything in place, including a cash account for expenses, some secondary income that's, you know, holding us up in case of, God forbid, you know, the extension of the pandemic or an additional something like that. But I want an account that's going to be padded enough that it'll take care of the business expenses, so that the business will flourish and I'll be okay.
All right, so now you get an opportunity to tell the people what you do, how you do what you do, and how they can reach out and how you can help them.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. My name is Nicole Johnson. I am the founder and CEO of B&B Business Services. I have a twofold platform where I teach people in my community how to position themselves to be able to work from home in the medical industry. And so when Elaine mentioned that I prescription and profits, I work with physicians to make them more profitable. So I am their prescription for profit. The same way that they do an assessment of their patients, I do an assessment of their business and help them streamline their services so that they can become more profitable. And the short of that is they have tasks that are keeping them away from their patients. They outsource those tasks to me and my company so that they can focus on patient care. So as far as with my clients that I coach, I have also turned it into a coaching service so that they can understand how to be what I am. For them, they're practice managers. I am a certified revenue medical specialist, but they are practice managers. They work alongside the physician as well as the office manager to find out, you know, do we have a patient portal? Are patients able to pay online? Do they have all this paperwork that we're processing? Are we still using paper files? And the biggest thing that we help them with is medical billing and coding and managing their denied claims. What we find is that on a regular basis, physicians are losing anywhere from 30 to 40% on a monthly basis, and that can be $30,000 to $40,000 a month. And if you can help them recover that lost revenue, they are quite grateful for that. I am also in the process of revamping my actual coaching services for my financial clients. I started in 2009, right after I became a first-time homeowner. I took to social media to really try to help single moms overcome the process of buying a home, because I understand that for us, it is more of a challenge because of all the different hats we are wearing. We're moms, we're wives, the woman category goes way at the back. We work full time. Some of us were in school. So all of those different things that we were trying to manage and then want to be able to buy a home for our family, and it kind of fell secondary. So I took to social media to show them how to overcome that challenge. And in doing so, the biggest problem that they had was trying to create and sustain a budget. And so for me, that process reminded me of the process that I went through, where I was going to these seminars and people were telling me what I needed to become a homeowner, yet they weren't telling me how to reach those goals. And it's different, you know, grandma said, when you go bake that cake, you put a pinch of this, a pinch of that. Well, grandma, what's a pinch? Okay. So for everybody, a pinch is different. Some of us got bigger hands than the others. Some of us got smaller. So I needed to know how. And since no one would teach me, I made a date with my credit reports, my banking accounts, and everything that was going to impact me creating a sustainable budget. And I sat for like 4 days. I took some days off work. I sat at a table and I hammered it out until I had a plan. It wasn't easy, but it was doable, and it was what needed to be done because I was on a time limit to buy a home. But then after that, I learned, you know, I just wanted to help other mothers. And what I found is that people just were haphazardly paying bills. They were, robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then they turn around and rob Paul again, and they weren't paying Peter back. So money was just everywhere. And so I really started to dive into the psychology of how to create a sustainable relationship with our money. And it has been my journey for the past probably 10 years. I've expanded into teaching people how to work from home, not just in the medical industry, but because sometimes we need just some extra income to make the ends meet over the course of the month. And I don't believe in telling people to go out and get a part-time job, because a part-time job has expenses involved with it as well. And if you don't believe, you try driving your car with no gas in it. You need money to buy gas. Try being hungry at that part-time job. You need money to buy food. In addition to your greatest asset is more time outside of the home. So we use different budget sheets to help stay on track. And as I am revamping the budgeting course, I am going to do a webinar on both the foundation of a budget, as well as a mid-year vision board, because 2020 has started off like somebody's bad Freddy Krueger nightmare. So I want to help them revamp their 2020 goals so that they can create a plan that will get them to what they're trying to accomplish. So Elena, thank you for that. What I'm going to do is share a couple of links in the chat. This is for anybody who wants to take the first step to try to talk about where they need to go to develop a budget. Let's talk about the psychology of it. I do several things in my Facebook group. If you prefer to join there, I want you to join. It's called Nicole's P4P Academy. And the reason it's P4P is the prescription for profit, because I am your prescription for profit when it comes to your personal finances. Now, if you're a budding business owner, if you are an established business owner, let me tell you something. I am great at helping you with your budget. And then I realized that I can't do everything. So that's why I found Elaine. Okay. We all have limitations. And I know some things are that I need somebody that I trusted, that I was comfortable with, talking about how I wanted, things done for my business. Okay. She may not know what I do with my business, and that's fine, but she know where those numbers are. She can find it on that spreadsheet. She can find it in QuickBooks. And then I am better understanding the process of organizing it that way. And so that helps me, but I needed someone to help me because I was busy helping my community. And as I said, I still work a full-time job, but not for long. So I want things to be in place. And as a business owner, everyone needs an accountant. You need a good accountant, all right? You need an accountant that won't take no stuff from you, and she does not. When she needs something, she gets it. Most of the time, okay? So just keeping me on track with what I need to do. And it's the same accountability that I give to my customers, so that I understand that she is, even though she kind of works for me, she does the work for me, it's a accountability on both ends, right? I've got to do my part for her to do her part. And for her to do her part, she got to make sure I do my part. Right. And then when I need my part done, when I need what my result is, then I have to turn around and say, Elaine, did you get this for me? Which I really have to ask. It's usually her asking me. So in the Prescription for Profit Academy is where I do a lot of the teaching for both the mindset of working from home and the mindset of making 6 figures a year. Now, some people might find that you don't need a mindset for that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I listened to the end of what Vanessa was talking about, and it's so on point. You have to be prepared to generate $100,000 a year. And it's not much. Once you get through with the IRS and expenses, it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. Remember that. Not about how much you make, because you can make $1 million and your expenses $1.5 million. You ain't made nothing but a mess. Okay. So I invite you to do any of the following. You can reach me by joining the group, the Prescription for Profit Challenge. You can use the first link that says P4Me Challenge to schedule a 30-minute consult and let's talk about where you are, because one thing I know as women, we kind of sensitive about the mistakes we made with our money, right? We get a little emotional, we get a little embarrassed, we don't necessarily want to tell or talk about it. But if you don't talk about it and get it out, you can't fix it. Okay? If you don't go see the doctor, the doctor was wrong, you can't get the right, what, Elaine? Prescription.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nicole, for
and thank you for all that you do. I'm a pain in the butt client.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing down the curtain. So for those who have stayed with us all day, I am grateful. I enjoyed every moment of this. I enjoy every moment of this. And I noticed that we've been saying we women, and I looked in the attendee and I saw Michael Little. Thank you for hanging out with us. Usually we have all women, but it's awesome. Thank you so much, Michael, for hanging out with us. I do hope you learned something from us women, because it's usually the other way around. So guys, just want to give a recap, if I can, a recap of all the speakers that came through here today and what they share. I know I probably won't even do a very good job about it, but I'm going to give you the try. And so we start off this morning with Lysandra. No, I think it's Lysandra Everett, who is an enroll agent, and she talked to us about taxes and how important it is to make sure we have the right categories and the importance of making sure that we do our taxes. And then we had Moya Lynn. I think that's what her name is. Lord Jesus, help me with these names. And Moya talks about startup business and how important it is to have the right start. And then after Moya, we have Specity, she's a saloon owner, and she talked a beautician. Let's say it that way. She's a beautician. She talked about the mistakes that she made and how important it is to manage your business. Then we had the queen of webinar, Miss Keisha Williams, who talked to us about, getting to six figure, and she wasn't ready to pay taxes. She wasn't. But guess what? She had to do it. Then we have, who is still with us, Lysandra Bracy. She talks about the government contract, how she helps with training and help you to get government contract. I think that's what it is. We were on a whole different level. Oh, you know who else talk about something is Moya. She has this group, woman-owned minority business. That's also talking about government contracts. And then we had before, I think we had Roseanne, who was our guest speaker. We had her coming on in all the way from Jamaica. She talked about international business. Then we had Deborah Green, who is a financial coach, and she talks about planning for retirement, how we can invest and stuff like that. And then after her, we had Tina Greer, who talks about, I think Tina, no, that's not Tina, who was a psychologist. Now I start mixing them up. I'm losing it. Okay, so let's tell you what Tina spoke about, because I think now I'm getting off my high. Oh, she was a growth. She also talks about, Tina also talks about government contracting. She has a couple books about contracting, government contract and getting certified. And then after Tina, we had Lexi Johnson, who was also a financial coach. who talked to us. And then following her was Rosalind, and Rosalind shared, she's a business owner, she's a caregiver, and she talked about the mistake. We played a video of the 8 mistakes she talks about that she made in our business. You might want to listen to that. And after that, we had Sharon Nixon, who is in charge of Umbrella Foundation. I hope I said it right, Sharon. And that's a non-for-profit, and guys, you can donate to that non-for-profit. It's tax deductible. And then after Sharon, we had Carla Mitchell, who was the business psychologist, and that was just some new stuff. Love it, absolutely love it. And then we had Valerie Brown, who's a transition coach, and guys, she talk about diversity and also inclusion in the same sentence, and equity. Those are just some great stuff. And then after that, we had the queen of digital marketing, Miss Vanessa Collins. And that was awesome, awesome, awesome. And then we had Miss Nicole Johnson taking the curtain down. Guys, if I absolutely, absolutely enjoy today. And thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all the attendees. Thank you, everyone. If you are not a part of Create Financial Solution Group, please make sure do go and request to be a part of the group. We can, I need to hear your feedback, what you take away from each speaker or the speakers that you heard, because I know some people were in and out. It's a long day. I had to be here all day. I know some people were busy doing other stuff. For those tax preparers that came in, they have to go back to preparing taxes. So with that said, if there is any question, please make sure that you put your question in. You can put questions in the group as well. Next Tuesday, we will have a webinar where I'll be going over the 3 reasons why people did not get approved, where they were denied for the PPP loan. And the link is somewhere in here. It's going to be ForbesBusinessWebinars.com, Forbes Business Webinar, to sign up for the webinar. I'm going to be giving away some t-shirts. I'll put the names of the person that will get the t-shirts. It's going to be this color and the black. It's going to say 6-Figure Business and Tax Summit 2020. So you can say, I attended this summit. You can wear your t-shirt proudly. If there's any question, Nicole, did you put, okay, so Nicole, we have all the speakers put their stuff in. You can also make sure you go to your picture in the group and put that information on it. So if people want to reach out to you, they're able to reach out to you. With that said, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It is a pleasure to have had you. And is there any questions, Cinderlou? Did I miss anything? Thank you, Cinderlou. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any questions? Any question? We have 3 minutes. I don't see no question. I don't see nobody saying nothing. So I'm going to bid you all a good evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, Camila. You are welcome. All right, so guys, if you were here, please make sure go to the group and put in each speaker. Just tell us what you. Thank you, Trinette. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Michelle. It's great. I didn't know you were going to stay all day, but you did. Thank you so much. You did a great job making sure that we had the information that we needed. All right, so I'm just gonna stop this recording.